Chapter 13. Downtown at Lexington Market, Black mingled in with the crowd of office workers and students who were stopping through to shop and get a bite to eat on their lunch hour. While he was eating a fast food meal of chicken wings and french fries, his eyes wandered about till he suddenly spotted an old teammate. Ty was fresh out the joint, and Black hadn't seen him in years. Though Ty had heard plenty about Black terrorizing the streets while he was in prison, he never thought in a million years Black would alter his future. "Yo, Ty!" Black yelled out to him. Ty looked around as if he were lost. He heard someone calling him, but was unable to determine the direction the voice traveled from. "Yo, Ty, up here!" Black yelled again as he leaned over the railing. Ty looked up and squinted his eyes. "Who that?" he questioned unknowingly. "Bring your up here and see," Black replied. Curiously, Ty walked up a flight of steps to find out just who this stranger was. A million faces flashed through his mind until he got upstairs and Black came into full view. "Oh shit, man!" Ty shouted as he got close enough to see him. They hugged each other and both remembered how tight they were when they played ball together. That was years ago. Black was the hot shot point guard while Ty had the deadly jump shot. As they broke their embrace, Black stepped back to get a good look at Ty. He still looked the same, except he had packed some muscle on his tall, wiry frame. "What up?" asked Black, giving him a pound. "Long time no see. Where the fuck you been, yo? I ain't seen you since y'all moved out to Woodlawn, yo." "I know. My mother did that dumb shit. She said I was getting in too much trouble in East Baltimore. But I found trouble out there, too." Black nodded his head understandingly. "What type of shit you into now? You hustling, yo?" "I've been bitten lately, yo. Matter of fact, I just came home about a week ago. I'm trying to do my thing, you know what I mean?" he added. "I heard that," said Black. "Wasn't you up in Hagerstown on the farm?" asked Ty. "Uh-huh," responded Black. Quietly, Black thought of his own fascination with jail. It was a survival thing. He felt that anybody who could survive that and come home unbroken, still down to do dirt, was a soldier. "Your name is ringing bells up there, yo," Ty said, informing him. It seemed like every time a new inmate came upstate on the Bluebird prison bus, new stories about Black's exploits or extravagance in the streets of East Bmore came up with them. Unimpressed, Black simply ignored the comment. It only affirmed what he already knew. He was that. Duh. Bow down in the presence of a true boss player. "They still slinging that knife up there, yo?" asked Black. "You better know it. They checked the guns in at the door, not the knives. I kept me a big Rambo knife. You never know when one of them wild coons gonna get out of line," said Ty for sure. Yeah, I'm hip. The east side and west side still beefing up there, yo?" "Nah, yo. It ain't happening like it used to. It's more of a Bmore versus DC thing. We up there going to war with them." Black was done feeling him out. He cut straight to the chase. "Yo, you getting money or what?" The reason why he asked was from the looks of his gear. Ty wasn't doing too well. He was wearing an old linty blue Russell sweatsuit that looked like he purchased it before he went to jail. Black already knew the deal. He sympathized with all the brothers coming home into society with nothing. Often, he hit them off with some dough so they could buy some new clothes. Still, he wanted to know Ty's mindset before he extended a helping hand to him. "I'm f***ed up in the game right now, yo. I'm trying to flip this little half ounce of Ready Rock that my little cousin hit me off with a couple of days ago. My block is kind of dead right now. It ain't pumping like it used to. I'm trying to build up my clientele, but it's slow money. Slow money is better than no money, though, he added. As he spoke, Black looked him directly in his eyes, trying to detect any signs of insincerity. He saw none. Ty was keeping it real. Inside him was the same hunger and determination that made Black so successful. Black knew the look, and he knew what it was like to be f***ed up. It was the worst feeling in the world, next to death, that any so-called hustler could have. After listening to him talk, Black decided to put him on. You want to get money with me, yo? There's always room on my team for a good man, said Black. Do I? What the kind of question is that? Hell yeah! Okay, starting tomorrow, you're gonna get money with me. No more nickel and dime shit. This is major. I'm making you my lieutenant. You ain't got to be on the front lines. You just got to direct traffic. I got faith in you, yo. Don't let me down, 'cause this is a one-shot deal, said Black as he scribbled down his cellular phone number and beeper number. Yo, I'll never let you down. I promise you, Black. I'm ready for whatever, insisted Ty, taking the piece of paper from Black and stuffing it into his pants pockets. Unbeknownst to Ty, he had just jumped out of the frying pan and into the fire. The very next day, Ty called Black bright and early. Black came over and picked him up in a new convertible black Jaguar and took him shopping for some new clothes. Ty needed a new wardrobe, bad. If he was going to play the part of Black's lieutenant, it was mandatory that he dressed the part. All Black's workers had a reputation that they had to live up to. Dressing nice and being well-groomed was a part of it. He took Ty downtown to Gage's and splurged on him. Black bought him gator boots, shoes, dress slacks, silk shirts, and sweaters. They spent half the day shopping in downtown Baltimore and Georgetown and Washington, D.C. When they were finished, Ty had tons of new clothes, from hustling gear to club wear. Never in his wildest dreams did he ever expect to be blessed like this. He would have been happy with a couple of pairs of jeans, a few multicolored hoodies, and a pair of Timbs. With all the clothes he had in the trunk, he was straight now. Just when Ty thought the party was over, Black had something else in store for him. Last but not least, as they left D.C., Black jumped on the interstate. Instead of heading north to Baltimore, he drove south on I-95. Ty didn't even realize it till he saw the big sign that read, "Welcome to Virginia." Black, just as Nard had in the past, took Ty to the same crooked car dealer Black got his first car from. Ty drove off the lot in a red Chevy Blazer. He was sitting on top of the world. Having never played the game on this level, Ty had to be groomed into his position in order to play his part. Like a baby learning how to walk, Black held Ty's hand as he learned the ropes. He had to be shown how to run a stash house and how to manage the workers and runners. Everything from handling money to bagging up dope had to be shown the proper way, Black's way. For 2 months, they were inseparable. They did everything together except re-up. Never under any circumstances did Black ever let his workers meet his connect. It was a matter of security and longevity. His connect told him point blank, "I don't want to meet no fucking body. You come alone." Besides, if any of his workers or lieutenants knew whom or where he copped from, then he would eventually become expendable. They could go directly to the source instead of getting it from him, the middleman. Black liked to treat his workers like kids in this sense. He always wanted to keep them dependent on him for everything. No Black, no dope, no dough. Chapter 14. Over the phone, Nard and his sister Pam were engrossed in a deep conversation. She was hurling one accusation after another about his girlfriend Michelle. Supposedly, she was cheating on him, or at least that was Pam's word. Nard was already stressed over his case. He certainly didn't need to hear anything like this, even though this was something his sister felt had to be heard. She didn't want to see her brother invest any more of his time and money on Michelle, nor was she about to sit back and watch her brother get played by some. Nard didn't quite see it that way, though. He knew that the two never cared for one another. They were both jealous of each other's position. He was always caught in a tug-of-war between them. Nard felt that the information was over-exaggerated until Pam told him who she was cheating with.
They fucking, Nard. Nard, I'm telling you, they fucking. I saw Black's car parked outside her crib just last night. And the night before that, too. I know she taking care of business for you, but ain't that much business in the damn world. And he's spending the night all up in your spot. I already done stepped to her simple, and she caught a fake attitude with me like I'm wrong. Nard, you know I'm about to drop that. I swear we was about to fight,
said Pam, waiting for Nard to say sick her, and she would be out the door. Though this was his sister, Nard didn't want to believe what he was hearing. Not my man. Why'd she have to say Black? That can't be true. Black would never cross me, not after all I've done for him. Nard was seriously trying to give him the benefit of the doubt. You sure about this, show? Did you actually see him coming out the house? I mean, Michelle could have just switched up cars with him or something, he said, trying to comfort his aching heart.
What? Switching up cars, my ass? Nard, I'll die for you before I lie to you. As sure as there is a God in heaven, they fucking. Ain't no two ways about this shit. They fucking. Don't no female be driving no car unless they have a family. Or they fucking. You know that shit, Nard. Don't act like jail done made you confused,
she firmly replied. Since she put it that way, Nard had no choice but to face the truth. He was being played. He suddenly became furious at the thought of the two people he held close to his heart, stabbing him in the back. Now everything was starting to add up, and this explained why Michelle's visits and letters had suddenly slacked up.
Go ahead. Ask her, ignorant. The will probably tell on herself as arrogant as she is. You can get it out of her. Just question her long enough,
said his sister. That's exactly what he did as soon as their conversation ended. He wanted to get the story straight from the horse's mouth. The phone rang for the 6th time before sleepy Michelle answered it. She groggily picked up the receiver and spoke into the handset before looking at the caller ID. Hearing the recorded message, she realized it was a collect call and it could only be Nard. She cursed herself for not unplugging the phone last night. She was too tired to be bothered with him this morning. Who is you f***ing? He asked, like he got that personally from X. The harshness in his voice and the directness of the question took her by surprise. She knew he wasn't the one to bite his tongue. Now that he had asked the question, she intended to give him the answer, honestly. Michelle had been dying to tell him for some time now. She was looking for a reason to say something, and now she had it.
It is too early in the morning for this bullshit,
she answered angrily.
Can't you call me back later when you actually got something to say?
Don't fucking play with me. I made you. I know all about the little affair you think you're having.
Whatever. You don't know nothing. Who's filling your head up with that bullshit? Your fat sister? That need to mind her own business and worry about why she's a size 24. If she wasn't so fat, she would have had a life and wouldn't be all in my business.
She exploded. Don't worry about what size she is. Just be a woman about the situation and tell me the truth, yo, he said.
If you really want to know, it's Black Eye.
Instantly, Nard got quiet. So his sister was right. The 411 was true. Michelle was playing a dangerous game, one that involved two dangerous men. When men are pitted against one another in a confrontation involving a woman, emotions can come into play, and the outcome can sometimes prove to be fatal for somebody. Michelle had just put herself out there on Front Street, riding with Black. She came in the game with a thoroughbred, Nard, and she planned to stay on top with one, Black. For a few seconds, Nard was speechless. He was shocked by her audacity. He knew that people on the outside had a tendency to get brave when a man was in jail and appeared to be down, especially facing the kind of time Nard was facing. He had no one to blame but himself. He created this monster. He left her out there with two bad habits, a dope habit and a sex habit. Sooner or later, somebody would come along and supply her with both. It just so happens that the person was his man. Of all the motherfuckers in B-More you could have Joe, you had to my man. I don't believe you went against the grain. You must be fucking crazy. You know what? Both you is dead.
Ain't nobody scared of you, punk motherfucker.
The phone went dead. Nard was in city jail, seething. Before he realized the words that came out of his mouth, he realized he had issued a death threat to both of them. Now he had to follow through with it or be considered a lame, someone who tossed around empty threats. He stood by the phone contemplating his next move. Nard wanted Black dead. Friend or no friend, he had to go. But who could do the job, he thought to himself. Suddenly, someone came to mind. He dialed the number of the Bullock brothers, Ace and Rodney. They were two grimy hitmen he grew up with from the Perkins Projects in East Baltimore who owed him a favor for bailing them out and helping them on their feet. They were more than willing to settle the score for Nard. He put up $30,000 as an added incentive. Placing the handset back in the receiver, Michelle thought it was a joke. She laughed at Nard.
That ain't gonna do shit. That was just an idle threat,
she reasoned. As the day wore on, it began to sink in that this was no laughing matter.
Maybe I overplayed my hand,
she thought. Her sharp tongue and foul actions had gotten her in a world of trouble. She had ignited a feud and set off a deadly chain of events that regrettably had to happen now. Her big mouth not only placed her in danger, but Black too. He was under the gun and didn't even know it. How was she gonna tell him this? Something funny is going on, thought Black, looking at the phone. His connect still hadn't called back yet. This was unlike him. He was about business like Black, and he knew when Black paged him, it was about making money. Any other time, the boy would have called back by now, but 2 days had gone by with no response. Black jumped up and decided to go to city jail to pay Nard a visit. It had been a long time since Black had actually seen Nard face to face, 18 months to be exact. Arriving at the jail, Black parked his car on Madison Street and walked a few yards to the entrance. At the visitor's desk, he passed his driver's license to the correctional officer and watched as he scanned the visitor's list for his name. Looking up and down Nard's visiting list, the CO was unable to locate his name.
Sorry, my man. Your name is not on Bernard Smith's visiting list,
the CO said, handing him back his ID. What the f*** you mean, man? My name ain't on the list? You better check that shit again, yo, Black demanded.
That won't do you any good. You ain't on there,
the CO insisted, trying to be polite, ready to call for backup. Feeling stupid, Black snatched his license and headed out the door. Now he knew something was very wrong. Nard had always said his name would be on the visiting list so he could always come up to talk business since they couldn't talk over the phone. As he sat in his car and thought about the weird turn of events that was happening lately, the entire situation rubbed him the wrong way. First, his connect was missing in action. Now, Nard had him off the visitors list. Before he pulled off, Black went into the ashtray and got 2 bags of dope. He snorted both of them, one up each nostril, before heading to Michelle's. Something wasn't right, and he had a gut feeling she had the something to do with it. Black arrived at his destination amped up from the mood he was in from the heroin. He was feeling meaner than a pit bull being fed gunpowder. He let himself in and walked down the hallway, finding Michelle watching television in the living room.
That you, Black?
She yelled over her shoulder as he entered the room. Who the f*** else would it be? He sarcastically asked before flopping down on the couch across from her. You heard from Nard lately, yo? He asked as he pulled out a $100 bill filled with dope and began to sniff. His question caught her off guard. She wasn't thinking about Nard. She was fiending for a blast.
I hollered at him the other day.
Did he say anything about me? He asked between snorts.
Nah. Why?
She asked, her eyes transfixed on the dope he was holding. 'Cause I went down to see him today, and they wouldn't let me in. Them f***ing bastards said my name wasn't on the visitors list. All of a sudden, my name ain't on the list. I can't get in contact with his peoples. I can't re-up. I don't know what the f***'s going on, but something ain't right, said Black, blowing out the air in his chest cavity as he took another deep breath. He paused long enough to let his last sentence hang in the air. He then passed her the heroin-filled $100 bill. Of course, she accepted it and greedily inhaled large amounts of dope like a vacuum. Immediately, she started to feel good as the narcotic began to take effect. Heroin was better than any truth serum. It gave a person the courage to speak things out their mouth they would have otherwise never stated.
I got something to tell you, Black. Promise you won't get mad,
she nervously said. Listen, Shell, I ain't got time to be playing no motherfucking games, yo. I got some serious shit on my mind. Got something to say, spit that shit out.
Nard knows about me and you. He said he's going to kill us,
she said like it was the weather and just a little rain in the forecast. Then she took another sniff. Black's mind went blank. He couldn't believe what the f*** she just said. His whole attitude changed from bad to worse. If looks could kill, the would be dead. Nard said what? He asked again, wanting to make sure he heard her right. Michelle repeated herself, only telling the half of it. What she neglected to tell him was she was the source of the information. Black wouldn't leave well enough alone, though. She wasn't adding up, so he pressed her for more information. How the f*** Nard find out about me and you? Who told him? He demanded to know, waiting to hear who so he could f*** them up.
How am I supposed to know? Probably his nosy sister.
She said, irked, as if his line of questioning was bothering her. Still telling only half the truth, she just looked back at him, then rolled her eyes as if the conversation was irrelevant. Who the fuck do you think you talking to like that, yo? I will kill you in this motherfucker, said Black angrily, beginning to check her back into reality. If you don't know, you better act like you fucking do. Chumped, Michelle toned down her voice.
I guess I don't know then,
she responded, still challenging him. Black was through being nice. He got up, casually walked over to her, and smacked the living daylights out of her. The force of his blow sent snot, dope, and blood flying out of her nose as she dropped the rolled up bill and fell off the sofa, hand on the floor. You better stop playing games with me and start playing your position, yo. You done started something you can't even f***ing finish, he said, scolding her, towering over her, ready to strike her again. She curled up in a ball on the floor, protecting her head and face. Sobbing uncontrollably, Michelle's face was stinging and her heart was pounding. She was scared. She began to wonder, were all the rumors she heard about him true?
Is he really a cold-blooded murderer?
She thought.
What is he gonna do to me? I'm sorry,
she mumbled between cries. Not as sorry as you're gonna be, Black furiously replied. For all the money, for all the power, for all the fame Black had enjoyed up till now, this was a very low point in the game for him. Nard must be tripping. He wants to go to war over some no-good broad. Wasn't it him who always said, if it don't make dollars, it don't make sense? Thought Black to himself as he looked at Michelle's fetal position body on the floor. He still couldn't believe the shit was going down like this. Beefing over a broad was the extras, and because of her silly, he now had major issues. Nard held the advantage. Even in jail, he still had money and he still had power. Black couldn't afford to underestimate Nard and expect to live. The boy had too much paper to go to war against, and Black was sorry he had gone against the grain. It was too late now, though, and at that moment, he didn't know what in the world to do about it. Chapter 15. As Black leaned against the countertop in the kitchen of one of the stash houses he operated, his right hand massaged his chin as he pondered what his uncle was saying in the echoes of the background. Nothing had gone right for him since the falling out with Nard. His main concern was getting a dope connection, and that's why he had called his Uncle Briscoe. Here they were in the kitchen, having a meeting, his uncle trying to convince him to make a move with him. This Saturday was that your man did, Joe? Getting you cut off from your connect over some stink? Wasn't you taking care of that chump? What's wrong with these today? They sure don't make them like they used to. Nowadays, got the game up. That coon, man. One monkey don't stop no show. I got peoples in New York. My man Carlos is up in Spanish Harlem. I need a beer with him in the feds. Yo, that is large. He got that raw China white. So let me run up there with a couple of G's and I'ma holler at him. Uncle Briscoe was a fast-talking con man and ex-bank robber. He was short, stocky, and dark-skinned. He was Fat's baby brother, whom he kept in contact with since his father's funeral. Uncle Briscoe had done time in Lewisburg Federal Penitentiary and supposedly had plenty of connections. When was the last time you copped from him, yo? Asked Black. Truth was, he was only asking Uncle Briscoe 'cause that was his only hope. He was trapped between a rock and a hard place, and all his uncle had to do was tell him what he wanted to know. I just copped from him about 2 weeks ago. He looked out for me. The more money I spend, the less he charges me for weight, he said, lying through his teeth. My man Los got the bomb, yo. I'm telling you. Remember that dope that was killing junkies on the west side a couple of months ago? That was a shit. That shit is taking at least a 30 or better. You mean to tell me I could step on it that many times? Black asked excitedly, knowing damn right well dope taking that much cut was unheard of. I'm trying to tell you, yo, you ain't gotta worry about nothing. I got this. I got 2 broads that'll carry the money up and the product back. When we get back, you can take care of us, said Briscoe, trying to endorse his imaginary connect and his imaginary plan. What the hell? I ain't got shit to lose, thought Black. Alright, I hope you know what the f*** you doing, yo. My $35,000 means a lot to me. So I hope the dope is some real good shit. You straight with 35, right? Yeah, don't worry. I'm gonna take care of it for you. With that, you should be able to cop no less than 3 ounces, yo. Anything you get over that is yours. Just bring me mine, all of it. If your people's dope raw like you say it is, then we'll do some more business. Then you'll really get paid, yo. Black left the kitchen, went in the bedroom, and returned carrying a large bag filled with $35,000 wrapped in individual rubber bands. Uncle Briscoe opened the paper bag and damn near began to slobber on himself. He hadn't seen that much money in years. Now all he had to do was make good on his promise. Go to New York, find a connect, cop, and make it back home. You need me to take that trip with you to the city, yo? Black asked as he watched his uncle rummage through the money. Nah, yo, I got this. Everything's under control. So on the strength of his uncle's word and the prospect of coming up on some raw dope, Black parted ways with his paper. That was chump change to him. He had plenty more stashed away. He figured he'd let his uncle go ahead and handle things his way this time. However, next time he planned on meeting his uncle's connect face to face. Off to the city Briscoe went, alone and in search of a sweet deal on some weight. He figured in New York he'd easily find a dope connection. After all, New York was one of the main drug distribution centers on the East Coast. As soon as he got off the Greyhound bus at the Port Authority, Briscoe hailed down a cab. His destination, Spanish Harlem. That was where he made 2 mistakes that will ultimately cost him dearly. First, he went to cop alone with nobody to watch his back. Second, he was flashing his cash to the wrong people. On 116th Street, a couple of Hispanics were able to lure him into an empty shooting gallery in a tenement building by giving him a free 1/4 ounce of heroin. This was just enough to appeal to Briscoe's greed. The deal was too good to refuse. As soon as they got him into the building, they flipped the script and killed him. He suffered multiple stab wounds to the back, head, and neck. His body was found a few days later by the building's superintendent. Back down in Beemore, Black caught a bad vibe about his uncle. He hadn't heard from him since he left for New York. He specifically told him to call as soon as he got there. Black kicked himself for not going along with him. He should have played his first vibe and went with him. His worst fears were confirmed when the New York City Police Department notified the family of his uncle's murder. Black was really stressed out now. The amount of money was a small thing to a hustler of his caliber, so that wasn't what bothered him. It was the fact that he had no dope. With no possibilities on any horizon, he was desperate, and desperate times called for desperate measures. So Black went on a rampage, a robbery spree with no picks about who he robbed. If you had it, he was coming to get it. This was a life or death situation to him. It wasn't a game, or at least he wasn't playing one. Selling drugs was more than his livelihood, it was his life. He had to maintain his lifestyle by any means necessary. He robbed to replenish his own heroin stash. One group of hustlers in particular who felt his wrath was New Yorkers. He mainly targeted any brothers from New York down in Baltimore trying to get their hustle on. It was his own personal attempt to seek revenge for his uncle's death. He formed a deep-seated hatred for all New Yorkers by robbing, shooting, and killing as many of them as he could. He extracted a measure of his revenge at the same time. His entire mindset was money and murder. His rationale was they didn't belong down there anyway, so he was personally going to run them out of there. One by one, he was gonna send them home in a body bag. Slowly, Black pulled his Toyota 4Runner into the McDonald's on North Avenue. Ordering some lunch at the drive-thru, he never noticed the stolen golden Maxima creeping up on him. "Black?" said a voice in a friendly tone. Slipping, he turned towards the direction of the familiar-sounding voice without even thinking. Immediately, he knew he had made a serious mistake. Two angry black faces stared at him. Unable to place them, he ducked for cover. He laid flat and covered his head with his arms. Simultaneously, the two hitmen began unloading their weapons. The automatic gunfire made the drive-thru seem like the 4th of July. Bright muzzle flashes could be seen, and non-stop thunderous gunfire could be heard. Black was defenseless the way he laid in the truck ducked down for safety. Not to mention, the cars in front and in back of him in the drive-thru line had him boxed in. He was a sitting duck. His truck was riddled and rocked by bullets. He didn't know what type of guns they were firing, but from the sheer volume of bullets that hit the truck, it had to be Uzis or MAC-10s. Bits of metal and glass rained down on Black as he lay motionless. His adrenaline was pumping, but he didn't panic. Slowly, he eased out his .40 caliber from his waistband. If he was gonna die, he was gonna take somebody with him. As the last bullet was fired and the shooting stopped, Black heard the sounds of clips hitting the ground as the hitmen pulled out more clips to load their weapons. Instinctively, Black sprang from his hiding spot, blazing his gun. Boom! 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 The gun roared, putting the hitmen on the defense. They panicked, realizing that the shootout was no longer one-sided. The driver put the pedal to the metal and they fled the parking lot. Tires squealed as they sped off. Black continued firing at the car until he lost sight of it. Horrified, the patrons and innocent bystanders began reversing and shifting their cars into drive in an effort to distance themselves from Black and the madness. This allowed him to flee the scene of the crime as well. Miraculously, Black survived this attempt on his life, suffering only a graze wound to his upper right arm. The angle from which they shot, combined with the height of his truck, saved his life. Had they approached his truck on foot, he would have been a dead man. Safe in his house, Black was getting so high he could kiss the sky. It was beginning to distort his thought process. He was paranoid and was busy reevaluating everything and everybody around him. Under the circumstances, business was good. Ty was running the show like clockwork. He proved to be a valuable addition to his team. His family was safe. Nobody knew where they lived. Yet, there he was, one of the richest hustlers in all of B-More, wilding out and robbing people. One would think he was a broke hoodlum. The chinks in his armor were starting to show. Dope was his only weakness. This was even clear to him. There were two things that really bugged him, namely Michelle and Nard. The predicament he was in could be directly attributed to the both of them, as they were the source of his problems. Michelle turned Nard against him, and Nard got him cut off from his connect. It never dawned on him that he was his own worst enemy. As he contemplated his next move, his cell phone rang unexpectedly, interrupting his thoughts. It was Michelle.
Black?
She asked. Yeah? What's up, yo? He asked back.
Hey, boo. I'm sorry about what happened between us the other day. It was all my fault. I was wrong. You was right. I should have stayed in my place.
Black kept silent while she copped the plea. He knew what was coming next. She was about to crack for some dope. He could see right through her weak game. This wasn't about him, and it wasn't about Nard. It was about her. All about her.
I miss you, Black. When you coming over?
I'll be over later, he calmly replied.
When?
She asked. Later, he snapped.
Black, could you bring me a little of that thing when you come?
She meekly asked. What the f***? I tell you about talking on the motherfucking phone. Damn. What, you trying to get me killed and indicted too? He asked sarcastically.
Oh, my bad. I'm sorry.
She pleaded. You was always sorry, yo, he snapped, ready to hang up on her simple.
Thank you, boo. I swear I'll take care of you when you get here. I promise.
Black hung up the phone. He wasn't trying to hear that. It was time to kill two birds with one stone. On the way over to Michelle's crib, he thought about what he had to do. In his mind, he came to the same conclusion every time. Michelle had to go. There was no way around it. She served no purpose anymore. She was just a leech. Sure, the was sweet, but that. A had lost too much already. All she was doing was pulling him down. She was the one who turned him on to snorting dope, and more important, she was the reason he almost got killed today. Michelle was no good. Wasn't no woman in the world worth dying for except his mother. Arriving in Michelle's Towson neighborhood, Black parked his dark blue hoopty several blocks away from her townhouse and walked to her complex, taking the back blocks. When he reached her complex, he climbed over the 8-foot wooden fence, made his way to her door, and let himself in. He was greeted by the sound of running water. She was taking a shower. I caught her off guard. Good, he thought to himself as he crept silently into the living room and sat on the sofa, looking like the Grim Reaper, dressed in all black with his hoodie pulled way over his head. Shortly, she exited the bathroom naked and walked down the hall and past the living room area. From his vantage point, Black could see Michelle's silky triangle of hair as she made her way to the kitchen to grab a snack. On her way back to her bedroom, she stumbled across Black sitting in the dark living room.
"Oh my God!"
she yelped, getting her breath as her heart dropped to the floor.
"Black, you scared the shit out of me. How long you been there, yo?"
"I just got here, yo," he replied, taking a snort.
"This motherfucker tripping for real. Why did I even ask him to come over? Maybe it's time I stop fucking with him. This is bad news. How the hell I'm gonna get my house keys back from him?"
she questioned herself as she looked at Black. He was giving her the creeps. "Here, yo," he said, tossing her a bundle of dope. She caught the bundle, then she clicked on the lights. Tearing open the glassine bag, she dumped the dope on the mirrored coffee table. Her attention was solely on the pile in front of her. Greedily, she temporarily forgot about Black sitting across from her. Finding a matchbook by an ashtray on the table, she ripped it in half and began to use it to snort the dope. Slowly, the pile began to disappear. Black sat back digging Michelle while she did her thing. Junkie, Black thought to himself. What a waste. But this sentimental thought didn't stop him from doing what he had come to do. He had to kill her. She was dead weight who suddenly got too heavy for him to carry. Quietly, he rose from his seat and walked up behind her. He began to her off while she hogged the dope.
"Hold up, Black. Let me sniff a little more and I'll take care of you,"
she told him, pushing him backwards. He stopped feeling on her as if he were honoring her request. Michelle went right back to snorting. From his back pocket, Black pulled out a small .22 revolver. As Michelle was leaning over the coffee table, he placed the gun to the back of her head right behind her left ear at point-blank range. He looked down at her as she continued sniffing the dope off the table. So preoccupied, she never saw it coming as Black pulled the trigger, killing her execution style. In a fraction of a second, Michelle was dead. Her limp and lifeless body crumpled to the floor. Black stood over her and shook his head in disgust. How did I let myself get into all this shit with your dumb? Talking to himself and mumbling along, he proceeded to ransack the apartment to make it look like a burglary gone wrong. Before he exited the apartment, he left the bedroom window wide open just to make it look good. Now for part 2 of his plan. In the cover of darkness, Black drove past Nard's mother's house in Randallstown. He knew someone was home because the lights were on, and from the street he could see silhouettes moving about inside. Circling the house again, he cut off his headlights and slowed the car down to a snail's pace. Then, like the quiet before the storm, he emptied his .45 automatic drive-by style into the windows of the house. This was a message to Nard to call off his dogs in retaliation for the attempt on his life. I may not be able to reach you, but I can reach your family, he thought to himself as he turned the corner, slowing his car down as if nothing just happened. The next day, Nard got the message loud and clear when his people came to visit him over at City Jail. They were nervous and jittery as they told him every detail of what happened. The thing with Black had gotten out of control. Black was out of control. Nard hadn't counted on him being so ruthless. Black put shit in the game by bringing the beef to his mother's door. Nard had two choices. Either he could raise the price on his head and pray they succeed in killing him the next time, or he could cancel the contract. He was unwilling to jeopardize his loved ones' lives any further. His hands were tied. Black had won, and Nard stepped down. Still in need of dope, though, Black decided to make a power move to New York City himself. As much as he hated New York and New Yorkers, he still knew that the city held the best opportunity for him to cop some weight. He snatched up Ty, two chicks, Lisa and Stacy, a dope fiend named Lala, and a small arsenal of guns. He was ready to ride. He had no intention of making the same mistakes his Uncle Briscoe had. The move was well thought out, as Black was extremely cautious. They drove to the city in two separate rental cars. Black, Lisa, and the money in one car. Ty, Stacy, Lala, and the guns in the other. Everybody was formally dressed in suits to avoid being stopped and searched by an overzealous state trooper, especially on the New Jersey Turnpike. But instead of driving directly to New York, they detoured into Fort Lee, New Jersey, where Stacy and Lisa rented two different hotel rooms. One room would be for Black, Ty, the money, and the guns. The other room was for replacing their suits with street gear in order to blend into the environment they'd be in. Then Black grabbed $10,000 in cash, two handguns, and Lala, and went cruising the streets of Harlem. Across the George Washington Bridge, they drove into Washington Heights. After a thorough search for heroin, they soon discovered that this area was populated and controlled by Dominicans who strictly sold cocaine. They moved on down Broadway, crossing 125th Street till they got to the east side. Then they traveled a few more blocks till they entered Spanish Harlem. There, they checked out all the known dope spots that they heard of or could find. Going spot to spot, block to block, project to project, they left no stone unturned. The first few days of doing this proved to be futile. As hard as they looked, they didn't come across any good quality dope. Lala tested everything they gave her, and not once did she give them her personal stamp of approval. It was either just I or turnpike dope. By the time Black tried to step on it, the cut would have eaten up all the dope and turned less of a profit. Black was patient, though. He hadn't come all this way to go back home empty-handed. He was willing to search every dope spot and shooting gallery in New York City for the rawest heroin, something that would catch a few bodies. He questioned every nodding junkie that he saw. He demanded to know where they got their dope from. On the 5th day of his mission, Black's persistence paid off. A dope fiend directed him to some dope that was killing people up in the Bronx called Murder One. That's exactly what I'm looking for. That right there. He went and copped a bundle. Then they drove back to the hotel to let Lala test it. Inside the room, Black and Ty watched closely as Lala cleaned the works and cooked up the dope. She looked like a mad scientist about to make a startling discovery. When she was finished, she desperately searched her arm for a vein.
Damn, I can't find a good place to hit. Can one of y'all hit me in the neck?
She asked, looking up at their faces, which were twisted like, "Why?"
It's either there or my...
she said, letting them know the shit got worse. "Give me that hype. I'll put this bag up for lumps if I got to," said Black, not playing. Lala knew that crazy motherfucker was serious.
I'm just bullshitting. My neck is a good spot, but don't stab me, Black. You got to be gentle. Just prick the skin, okay?
She said, wishing Ty was doing it instead of Black. She drew up 50cc, then handed Black the dope-filled syringe. Black pulled her shirt collar away from her neck and looked for a suitable portion of skin amongst her track marks. Finding what she was looking for, he deftly injected the hypodermic needle into her jugular vein. The dope entered her bloodstream and raced for her heart. Her eyes quickly rolled up in the back of her head and her chin dropped to her chest. The drug had taken effect. She blacked out, falling face first to the floor.
Damn, this some good shit,
said Black, gently nudging Lala with his right foot, looking at the hypodermic needle still in his hand. Damn, said Ty, sounding like Chris Tucker, getting closer for a look at her. You think she high? He asked, checking her wrist for a pulse. Murder One was the shit. It was too strong for even an experienced junkie like Lala. She couldn't handle it. Murder One was the truth. Black knew right then and there he had some powerful stuff. Feverishly, he and Ty worked on Lala, trying to bring her to. They dumped a bucket of ice down her pants and underwear, and Black slapped her repeatedly. Give her mouth to mouth, demanded Black, looking at Ty. Hell no! You give her mouth to mouth, said Ty, right back, having no idea where Lala's lips had been. Damn, Murder One done murdered Lala, said Black, then adding, they damn sure named it right. I know that much, he said, continuing to smack Lala around until she came to. The three of them went back to the Bronx to find the runner who sold them the bundle. The runner wasn't hard to find. He was on the same corner where they left him earlier. Hey yo, my man, can I holler at you for a minute? He asked. The guy looked at Black and remembered him from earlier. He clutched his side, checking on Nina, and proceeded toward Black. Yo, son, you want some more of that thing? He asked. Yeah, that shit almost lived up to its name. Shorty, check this out. I'm trying to cop some of that on the weight tip. I want that exact same shit, said Black. Yo, what you working with? Couple of grams or a quarter? The runner asked, as if it could be handled. Nah, more than that. But I ain't really trying to put my business out there like that, Cho. I'd rather discuss that with your boss. I'll break you off something for plugging me in, yo. Black went into his pocket and pulled out a knot of money. He peeled off $500 and handed it to him. The runner could hardly believe his luck. Good looking, son. Yo, you're about your business. Word up. Wait right here. I'ma go get my man, he said as he ran around the corner. You go do that so I can get the f*** out of this motherfucker and go back home, thought Black to himself. He couldn't stand no New York City. The people, the traffic, the streets, the tall buildings, all that shit got on his nerves. You couldn't tell them up there shit neither. They walked around like they owned the world. Black was peeping it all. They just didn't know Black would kill them without a moment's hesitation, though. Thinking about his Uncle Briscoe, he felt his gun by his waist. He wasn't worried about getting robbed. He was strapped. Ty was strapped, and the arsenal was back at the hotel if anybody wanted to go to war. They were taking a risk standing there on this Bronx street out in the open, though, and Black knew that. What he didn't know was if the runner was actually gonna go get his boss or some stick-up kids. In the game, Black had gambled with his life on several occasions. This was just another one of them. The runner returned minutes later, strolling with an old-timer. Black wasn't surprised. He knew that some of the richest and largest cats in the game were old-timers. What up, yo, said Black, extending his hand first to shake the older man's.
What's up, young blood? I'm Sonny. My man was telling me you trying to get some weight,
he said, trying to feel Black out. I am. If it's the same thing y'all was selling in them bundles.
It is. How much you copping? a quarter or a half ounce.
Black suddenly became aware that he was conducting his business in front of two workers, Ty and the runner. "Can I speak to you for a minute in private, yo? My business ain't everybody's business," he said. Slowly, they walked down the block talking business. Black convinced Sonny he was about money simply by the way he conversed about drugs and the life. Sonny could tell he was from out of town by his accent and by his frequent use of the word yo at the end of his sentences, which was getting on his nerves. They quickly struck a deal. Sonny agreed to sell him an ounce of dope for $9,500. He also gave him a verbal money-back guarantee. He could return it if his customers weren't satisfied. Sonny was always eager to establish ties outside of the city. He knew from prior experience that out-of-towners spent that paper. Knowing this, he always played fair with them. Black, on the other hand, didn't trust Sonny. He was leery of all New Yorkers after his uncle, and just because Sonny seemed nice didn't mean diddly. Black merely suppressed his ill feelings in order to get what he wanted, raw dope. He wasn't about to let his personal feelings get in the way of him making some money. But if Sonny ever tried to do anything underhanded, like shortchange him on some weight, then and only then would he be killed. As long as he was supplying Black with that raw he could live. As a precautionary measure, Black only bought 2 ounces at a time. Back and forth, him and Ty crossed the GWB to cop till they purchased all of the dope they came for. After copping for weeks, a couple of ounces here and a couple of ounces there, Black's mission was complete. He sent Ty and Stacy back home on the Amtrak train with the product and the guns, while him, Lisa, and Lala rode back home clean. Back in B-More, the drama had died down, mainly because Black calmed down. Now that he had a legitimate connection, he didn't have to rob and terrorize the streets. Instead, he laid low and let Ty run the show. From the outside looking in, it appeared that Ty was happy. After all, he had it all. A small fleet of luxury cars, a ton of jewelry, and flocks of pretty women. But it wasn't enough. He had aspirations of being his own boss and pumping his own dope. It seemed like Black wanted to keep him under his wing forever. Being as though Black wasn't giving up any more profits or sharing equally as Ty wished he would, Ty seriously began saving his money. He had already stashed away a decent amount. Soon he'd go solo, already preparing for his own future. He knew who Black's connect was and where Black copped from. What did he need him for? His answer, nothing. But how could he tell Black? Chapter 16. At the low-budget Marylander Hotel on Pulaski Highway, Ty and Mimi were picking up where they left off at in the club. All the flirtatious conversations and lustful stares had led them to kissing, touching, moaning, and groaning. The was erotically sensational and merely a combination of lust and all the liquor they consumed at the club. Mimi purred as Ty her ferociously. "Who's daddy?" he asked.
You are.
She whispered in his ear, biting down on her bottom lip.
Don't stop. Keep it right there.
She said, ready to make her fall long. Ty was in a trance.
Ooh, Ty.
She said, digging her nails into his back. It felt so good he couldn't hold back. "For daddy, baby," he said. Mimi continued to claw his back till she drew blood. This was a wild experience for Ty. He was taken to the extreme, pleasure and pain simultaneously, and he loved it. Drained and weak, he collapsed on top of her. His mouth found hers, and their tongues intertwined in a wet, passionate kiss.
Ty, I got to...
she said, pushing him off of her, still huffing and puffing. He rolled up and watched her shape cheeks sway from side to side as she hurried to the bathroom. Damn, she looked good. Too bad she a Ty thought to himself. In his book, any female who gave it up that fast was a freak, or whatever you wanted to call it. He just met her tonight, and within a few hours, he was running her. As a matter of fact, on the way over to the hotel, he had her performing, as he drove.
I don't usually do this, but I really like you. You're special,
she said, kicking game, but Ty knew better. She's done it before, and she'll do it again. What makes me so special? What separates me from the rest of these she did that shit to on the first night? She couldn't fool him because, unlike Black, he played the clubs every weekend. He knew all about the pound. What Mimi didn't know was that he'd done business before with her girlfriend, Fila. And since birds of a feather flocked together, he knew Netta was down too. Ty made a mental note to warn Black about both of these broads. They were nothing but high-priced gold diggers in his book. Ty laid on sheets listening to Mimi use the bathroom. His mind was a million miles away. He knew that he'd blown a golden opportunity to tell Black he wanted out while they were driving to the party. Then the drinks, the party atmosphere, and later the women made him lose focus. He just couldn't bring himself to do it. He didn't have the heart to, not tonight. It was Black's birthday, and Ty didn't want Black to find out he had copped from his connect behind his back. Let him enjoy his night out. It's his birthday. I'll tell him later. That's how Ty had rationalized with himself earlier. But he was kidding himself if he thought Black would take the news of his betrayal lying down. Black wasn't much on talk, but he was big on action, violence, gunplay, and murder. That was Black.
Ty, you getting in the shower with me, yo?
Mimi yelled from the bathroom. I'm coming, yo, he said, snapping out of it. He was ready for round two, some wet and wild fun. He got up and walked toward the sound of the running water, butt naked except for the tons of platinum jewelry that still adorned his neck, wrist, and fingers. Entering the shower, he wondered whether his Rolex was waterproof. He never worn it in the shower before. It would want to be, he thought, thinking of how much it cost. Across town, Netta was playing her part real well. Over breakfast at IHOP, she and Black were involved in a meaningful conversation, huddled close together in a small booth. Completely ignoring the other patrons, they were doing the exact opposite of Mimi and Ty at this very moment. Netta wasn't about to make the same mistake as Mimi had, giving it up too soon. By far, Black was the biggest fish she'd ever managed to catch, bar none. Yes, he was bigger than Major, and Major was a major figure before the motorcycle accident. Netta had to be careful. She wanted to protect the good girl image of herself. She wanted to play him for everything she could.
So, after Major died, my mother passed away a few months later. I was so depressed for a while. I haven't had a man since,
said Netta, recalling some of the major events in her life while deleting the rest. That's f***ed up, yo, said Black, showing his sympathetic side. I'm sorry to hear about that. My mother is my heart. I don't know what I'd do if anything ever happened to her, yo.
I know what you mean. I don't wish death on nobody, but death is a part of life. We're all born to die. Besides, Black, I've been catching hell all my life. I grew up in the projects. I never knew my father, and my mother was a dope fiend. So death can't be much worse or painful than what I already been through.
Black sat back and pondered what she said. He was immediately blown away by her openness and honesty. He could identify with her struggle. They clicked like tap dancing shoes. Poverty was their common bond. Money was their common goal. Can you tell me something, yo? Why you ain't got no man? As good as you look. You should have a man, yo, said Black. He always was suspicious of beautiful women who were single. In his mind, something had to be wrong with them. They were either dicks, a pain in the or fatal attraction types. He didn't want to be bothered with neither.
Like I told you, I've been stressing. I ain't been trying to holler at nobody. Maybe I ain't met Mr. Right yet. You might be him for all I know with your sexy chocolate self,
she said, as sweet could get. Black smirked. He remembered a time when he was ashamed to be dark-skinned. When he was growing up, he was called all kinds of mean names like Tar Baby and Black Bastard. He was called out his name so much it stuck in his subconscious. That was why he stopped going by his given name Deshaun and adopted his moniker, Black.
Since we playing 50 questions, let me ask you one. Are you that somebody for me?
She asked. They both smiled. That night was the beginning of a long courtship. Soon, Black and Netta became inseparable. They spent quality time together every day, dining out, shopping, and going to the movies. They enjoyed each other's company, and Black became infatuated with her. He treated Netta like a queen. He had every intention of making her his wife. He showered her with exquisite gifts, fur coats, jewelry, and everything his money could buy. Black had zero experience in the love department, and this was why he expressed his love in the form of material possessions. He didn't know that he couldn't buy love. For the first time in his young life, Black had fallen in love with somebody or something other than the game. He desired Netta more than any female he'd ever known. Thoughts of Netta ran rampant through his mind. How would it be? How would it feel? Was it enough? Was it hot enough? Of course it was, thought Black as he watched her one day walking around her house. She would prance around him, teasing him with her luscious body. Black just knew it was about to go down. This has got to be it. I'm finally gonna hit it, he thought to himself. But instead, she put on her pajamas and asked him to hold her while they cuddled on the couch and watched a movie. Amazingly, Black respected her wishes without trying to force himself on her. For months, Netta kept up the same routine while engaging in a whirlwind romance that included trips to Aruba and the Bahamas. Black was so tired of taking pictures. Don't we have enough memories? We have so many memories captured by Kodak, we never need to take another photo again in life. Finally, after returning home from Mexico, Netta broke down and gave him some. He had truly earned it over the past 3 months. In Netta's mind, with her was a privilege, and she treated it like such. For Black, the was instant gratification. Netta was everything he ever dreamed of and more. Their love-making was intense and passionate, only magnifying the feelings he already had for her. It was too bad for Black, though, as Netta was only pretending and only in it for the money. Unlike Netta and Black, Mimi and Ty's relationship was non-existent. They were strictly partners, nothing more. Ty Mimi a few times and gave her a couple of hundred, then dumped her. Despite Mimi's constant pursuit of Ty, he didn't take her personal. She was trying to get in good with him by doing anything and everything for him, but it wasn't working. Her beeps and her calls went unanswered. Even though it wasn't working with Ty, Mimi and Netta still kicked it. From time to time, Mimi would drop by Netta's house and visit. She would privately put her down with the happenings of the pound and keep her informed of the 411, who was fucking who and who came up on what and what had copped that and for who. However, most of the time when she stopped by, Black was home and Netta's attention couldn't be focused on her. Netta would be too busy catering to Black, and the both of them would be acting all lovey-dovey. This display of affection made Mimi want to vomit. She was jealous of her girlfriend's relationship. Never mind that Netta might be happy. Mimi was stuck on her petty, childish claim.
I saw him first, and if Netta hadn't pushed me out of the way, he'd be my man.
Mimi's love and friendship for Netta was strictly conditional. It was always, if. If you're constantly with me or if you're giving me your undivided attention. She definitely didn't like the fact that Netta had a man in her life, nor did she like the fact that they couldn't spend as much time together like they used to. Jealous, and her jealousy caused her to play childish games behind Netta's back. Whenever Netta wasn't around, Mimi would openly hit on Black. Either she was yelling Netta invitingly or licking her lips at him seductively. Mimi let him know that she wanted him and he could get it. But Black wanted no part of another scandalous love triangle. He learned this lesson f***ing with Nard and Michelle. He knew how fast a female could bring a man down. He passed on Mimi's advances. And because of the very fact he had learned his lesson, Mimi's secret was safe with him. He didn't tell Netta about her girlfriend. Instead, he filed Mimi's actions away in his memory bank for a rainy day. Sinking deeper into her good girl role, Netta no longer had time for the pound. Her world revolved around Black on a full-time basis. Seeking to impress him, she invited Black and his family over to her house one Sunday for dinner. She cooked a traditional soul food meal, including collard greens, sweet potatoes, rice and black-eyed peas, fried chicken, and cornbread. The food was hot and delicious. Everyone enjoyed her cooking and her hospitality, except Black's little brother Stink.
Oh, Netta, you sure can burn, child. I got to get you to cook dinner in my house one day, baby,
said Black's mother as she finished off her second helping.
Thank you, Miss Harris,
Netta said.
I'll come over anytime you want me to. Would you like some more?
She asked, being especially kind.
Oh, no, I couldn't eat another bite, child,
said Cynthia. Netta spooned some more on Black's plate and looked at Stink, not bothering to ask.
Let me give you a hand cleaning up,
offered Cynthia.
I'm okay. I can handle it by myself, Miss Harris. You relax,
Netta insisted.
It's the least I can do after you cook this big meal.
As Netta busied herself clearing the table, her and Black's eyes met and he winked his approval. She smiled and took the remaining dishes to the kitchen, leaving Stink and Black alone. Stink looked disgusted as Netta exited the dining room. I don't like that, yo. She a snake. I'm telling you, yo, I could feel it, said Stink as Black sat there expressionless. Why does he have to go there? Black asked himself, shaking his head in disbelief. Stink was the only person in the world who could get away with talking to him like that, and Stink knew it. He was still a juvenile, but he had a foul mouth on him like a drunken sailor. From the door, Stink had it out for Netta. He just didn't like her. It seemed like she had everybody else under her spell, but not him. He saw right through her act. She wasn't a good girl. She was a scandalous, fraudulent-natured. Very outspoken, Stink let his ill feelings for Netta be known whether Black wanted to hear it or not. Netta knew she had her work cut out for herself when dealing with Stink. She exercised a lot of patience when talking to him. She withstood all his disrespectful comments, and by choosing her words lightly and keeping away from him as much as possible, she continued to hold Black. Having already won over her greatest opposition, Black's heart, his mother, Netta felt she could get around Stink. It would just take some time. The streets, the clubs, and chasing hustlers began to consume all of Mimi's time. Now she rarely had some time for her own son because she was hardly ever home. With Netta locked down in her relationship with Black, Mimi had nobody to kick it with. Feeling abandoned, she thought she had lost Netta forever. Mimi never learned to live with a loss. She simply substituted one person for another because she couldn't stand being alone. Depressed, since no member of the pound measured up to Netta, she found a new friend. This friend always made her happy and would never leave her side. Her new friend was dope. She started off getting high on the sneak tip, merely experimenting with a small stash she had taken from a hustler she spent the night with. Mimi meant to steal the dope and hand it over to some young hustlers around her way to sell for a couple of dollars. A funny thing happened along the way, though. She tried it, and she liked it, and the package never made it to them. This was the beginning of a cursed union. Chapter 17. Black was having an anxiety attack. The butterflies were doing backflips in his stomach. He was sitting in Netta's kitchen waiting for her to return from the hairdresser. Black was about to do something he never imagined himself doing. In his possession was a 7-carat diamond ring that cost him his arm and his leg. You only live once, what the hell, he thought. He wanted to do his thing right. Black was going to ask Netta to marry him. He loved her so much he couldn't imagine life without her. Black had even sought the advice of his mother, who gave him her blessing. He also consulted his little brother Stink.
Man, don't marry that yo. You gotta be one sorry motherfucker if you do.
As usual, he tried to sabotage their relationship any way he could think of. Black disregarded Stink's comments. He was going through with it regardless. Stink would just have to deal with it. Now, all there was left to do was pop the question to Netta. When she finally arrived home, Black greeted her at the door.
Hi, boo,
she said as she entered the house, hugged him, and went on by him about her way. Hey, you eat yet? He asked.
Yeah, I had a little something. You? 'Cause I can whip up a little something real fast if you're hungry,
she said. Black shook his head no, with his eyes downcast as he looked away.
What's the matter with you, Daddy? Why you acting funny?
She asked as she stopped what she was doing to pay him some special attention. Nothing, he said, as his eyes averted hers. It was all an act. While you were gone, something came in the mail for you. It's in the kitchen, he said, as if there was something really not right about the picture. Netta, wondering what he could be talking about, rushed off into the kitchen. She noticed a long white box with a large bright ribbon attached. From the looks of things, it was a box of roses. Inside the box, laying on the top of a dozen long-stem roses, was a card. Picking it up, she quietly read the inscription. I love you, and I hope the next time we get together, it will be for the rest of our lives. The rest of the card was blank, no signature. Netta's mind was racing.
The next time we get together? The next time?
She thought, trying to put it together as a guilty conscience overwhelmed her. She thought her past had finally caught up to her. Then reason began to overcome her doubt. She knew she had never brought any guys to her house except Black. This had to be some prank perpetrated by some unknown character.
I don't know who the f is playing games, but this shit is going right in the trash, yo,
she said, gathering the box of roses and proceeded to act on her statement. She wanted to get rid of it before Black inspected it. I wouldn't do that if I were you, yo. Look inside the box. There's something in it you might like, he assured her. At that moment, Netta knew it wasn't a gift from a former partner or some jealous broad. She realized Black had something to do with it. Her heart stopped racing and she calmed down. Sitting down at the kitchen table, she carefully examined the contents of the box, removing all the roses and fallen petals till she came across a small gray velvet box. Her eyes grew large with anticipation. She opened the box and almost fainted. The VVS E in color 7-carat marquee cut diamond caught her off guard. She screamed more out of greed than joy.
Is this mine?
She asked. Who else could it be for? Black asked, then walked over to her, taking the ring from her fingers and bending down on one knee. He grabbed her hand and romantically asked, Will you marry me? It was a scene straight out of a movie. This was how every woman dreamt of receiving a marriage proposal. Teary-eyed, Netta responded,
Yes, I will.
Black's mother was the wedding planner. All three had decided it was to be a summer wedding. Cynthia was excited about having a daughter-in-law and was happy that it was Netta. They were doing something that she and Black's father never got around to doing. Little did she know, Netta never had any intentions of marrying Black because she was already married to something else, the game. The only reason she agreed to marry him was so she could squeeze all that she could out of him before cutting him off. Netta wanted to see just how far Black would go for her. She was about to find out that his love had no limit. Meanwhile, Mimi seemed to be doing good by all appearances. Physically, she still looked fine as ever. But after a few short weeks of sniffing dope, she had a habit. Dope was like a miracle drug. She could use it to ease her pain. The empty feelings of rejection throughout her life and in the streets had led her down the wrong path. The pound found her distant, short-tempered, and moody. They began to shy away from her and vice versa. Eventually, everybody lost track of Mimi except the streets. They had her for sure. She spent all her time with hustlers from all over the city. Whoever was willing to get her high or get high with her was who she was kicking it with. Mimi developed an insatiable appetite for dope. Too much was never enough. While under the influence, she turned into a nymphomaniac, and the word spread quickly amongst hustlers about her dope and practices, and hustlers were lining up to take advantage of her. Dudes she normally wouldn't have given the time of day to now got her high, and passing Mimi around from friend to friend was like a plate of food they could eat from. She was even videotaped, unknowingly, however, willingly participating in a threesome involving another female and a male. The streets were talking, and they were saying that Mimi was a dope. The videotape only proved it. What? Black yelled into his cell phone. He was talking to Sonny from New York City.
I just took care of Ty. You ready so soon?
Asked Sonny. In his mind, Black wondered how many other times had Sonny took care of Ty and not mentioned it.
Yeah, Your man Ty was just up here a couple of days ago. I took care of him. I thought it was a little light from what you usually cop, but I took care of him.
No sooner than the words left his mouth, Sonny knew he had made a terrible mistake. It was too late. The cat was out of the bag.
Y'all still working together, right?
Asked Sonny, puzzled, trying to clear up any confusion. Working together? That works for me. Black didn't say what he was thinking. He was too busy trying to maintain his composure. Yeah, I'll see you in a couple of days, yo. I'll put what I want in your beeper. So have that shit ready for me, yo, Black said, ending the call. It was customary for him to call Sonny and let him know how much weight he wanted ahead of time to ensure that he could get as much as he needed at once. Black didn't like having to make a bunch of trips on the turnpike. New Jersey was ridiculous. Past that, he still hated New York and wasn't trying to have to make but one trip, not two and not three. Sonny would have him out there like that at times. Hanging up the phone, Black realized that something unexpected had come out of his brief conversation with Sonny. Ty's underhandedness. How long this stabbing me in the back, he thought, thinking all kinds of craziness. Hello? What's this shit I hear, yo? You been to New York and was copping from Sonny? What you think, I wouldn't find out? Huh? Thought you was slick, didn't you? How long you been pumping your dope out of my spots, yo?
Nah, yo, I wouldn't do no shit like that. Listen, Black, I was gonna tell you, yo, but you know, it's hard to catch up with you.
Ty said weakly, trying to explain. It ain't that hard to catch me, motherfucker. I ain't trying to hear that. You crossed me. So this is the thanks I get for putting your bum on, right?
Black, it ain't like that, yo. You getting all the money. I need more money than I'm seeing.
You need more money? You was going hand to hand selling nickel vials of coke on the corner, wearing bootleg shit, remember? Remember who the rescued you, yo? You ain't never had it this good, yo. Remember when your peoples was getting evicted? Who the took care of that? Who, motherfucker? Black demanded to know. Me, Ty. Me. That's the who. You work for me or nobody, motherfucker. Black growled. Scared to death. Ty had never seen him or heard him this mad before. Not since his uncle Briscoe got killed, and never once was Black's rage directed toward him.
See, what I'm saying, yo,
It was too late. Ty had no more chances to speak any more words. Black hung up the phone, leaving a dial tone ringing in his ear. He had no more rap for Ty. Black was gonna let his guns do the talking. On the other end of the line, Ty was afraid and confused. He decided to go ahead with his plans of going solo, especially after that conversation. He realized it would be in his better interest to lay low for a little while, at least until Black calmed down. Just as Black was trying to fade away from the game, and just as he was beginning to look forward to the future, marrying Netta, having kids, going legit, this situation with Ty had to pop up. Never one to walk away from a challenge, Black had to meet this thing head on and let the chips fall wherever they may. It was an unseasonably cold, rainy spring morning as Black was making his way across town to pay for Netta's wedding gown. There, out of nowhere, he saw Ty's white Mercedes-Benz station wagon double parked in front of the Yellow Bowl, a local greasy spoon on Greenmount Avenue. Out early, getting ready to open up his new shop and hungry as hell, Ty stopped to grab a bite to eat. Although he was wearing a bulletproof vest, he'd forgotten his gun in the car. Parking a half block away, Black walked swiftly back up the street to the restaurant. He was hoping Ty would be at the counter with his back to the door. He was hoping he'd catch him sleeping. This was war, and there was no playing fair. Wearing black army fatigues, Black entered the restaurant with his hand jammed in his army coat. Head down, he peeped from underneath the bill of his hat to see what Ty was doing. Ty had his back turned to him, and Black could see he was paying for his food. If not for the horrified look that spread across the cashier's face, Ty would have never noticed him. Black was creeping up behind him, gun in hand. As Ty turned around, he looked at the sinister figure coming at him. They stared at each other for what seemed to be an eternity, but was only a split second. There were like two gunslingers from the Wild West who were about to draw. This was do or die. Ty flinched first, reaching for a gun that wasn't there, realizing he'd left it in the car. Black already had his 12-gauge sawed-off shotgun with a pistol grip pulled out. The restaurant erupted with gunfire. The first shot slammed Ty up against the wall, hitting him in his chest as his vest absorbed the blow. Why is this still standing, and why ain't he bleeding? Then Black realized he was wearing a bulletproof vest. From then on, it was curtains as Black aimed for his face. His next shot killed Ty on impact. That wasn't enough, though. He kept firing, nearly decapitating Ty. A restaurant employee was in the back calling 911. The old black woman gave the police an accurate description of Black. As soon as he finished emptying his gun, he turned around, flew out of the door, and hit the streets.
Please, motherfucker, drop your weapon and get on the motherfucking ground.
A cop yelled at Black as he took cover behind his patrol car. Black thought about his options. Trying them wasn't one of them. He was out of ammunition. He didn't want to go out in a hail of bullets, becoming another young black male slain by the Baltimore Police Department. This wasn't the blaze and glory he wanted to die in. Black was forced to surrender.
Drop the gun slow, motherfucker. Drop the gun slow.
Another cop ordered as he took a deadly aim at Black's head. This was his last warning. He'd get no more. They were preparing to gun him down. Black willingly complied, tossing aside his weapon. He slowly dropped to the pavement, laying face down and spread eagle as dozens of armed police officers cautiously approached him. He was arrested without any further incident. The news of Ty's death and Black's arrest spread throughout the streets like wildfire. Netta got the news from Black's mother via phone. Later, Black called her himself from the station.
Hey, baby, you all right?
She asked, sounding concerned.
Yeah, I'm cool. I guess you heard by now what happened. I can't really talk, so don't ask me nothing crazy. Just listen.
Black paused to collect his thoughts. He knew he was in trouble. Now he needed Netta to come through for him.
I need you to go to the block and see Stizan for me. You know who I'm talking about. Tell him to give you everything he got for me. Everything.
Of course Netta knew who Black was talking about. Stan. She made it her business to know all his business. She knew all his lieutenants personally. This information would serve her well now that Black wanted her to collect all his money off the street. He wanted this done immediately before anybody got any funny ideas. He would have gotten his family to handle this, but as a rule, he never involved his peoples in the game.
Okay, I'll take care of it. What you want me to do with it when I get it?
She asked.
Take half to my mother, and the other half I want you to use as a retainer for a good lawyer.
Black replied.
What about me? Who's gonna take care of me now that you're gone?
Greed began to consume her. She began making other plans for that money.
Netta, you listening?
Black asked, snapping Netta out of her scheme.
I'm listening, boo.
But her mind was on that money.
Netta, I want to know, is you gonna ride this thing with me or what? 'Cause if you ain't, now is the time to let me know. I don't want to be thinking one thing when it's something else, yo. Anybody can be with me during the good times, but it takes somebody special to hang in there when the chips are down, yo.
Black vehemently said.
Boo, I'm here for you.
Netta stated in complete contradiction to what she was feeling and thinking.
No matter what happens, I'll always be here for you. You don't have to worry about nothing on this end.
That's what I hope you say, yo. I'm gonna beat this case. Watch.
Black boldly predicted. It was a relief for him to know that Netta had his back and loved him enough to wait for him. Maybe we can still get married over city jail, thought Black to himself.
Netta, I gotta go. The police is sweating me to get off this phone. I'll call you after I see the judge and get over to city jail. Don't forget to take care of that for me,
he said before hanging up. Netta clicked her phone to make sure the line was clear. Then she dialed Central Booking, posing as a bail bondsman.
Hello, Central Booking.
It was the deep, husky voice of the desk sergeant on the other line.
Hello, this is Erica Shaw from Slick Rick Bails Bonds. I would like to know the criminal charges against my client, Deshaun Williams, and also his bail.
Hold on for a minute, miss.
The desk sergeant said as he punched Black's name into the computer.
Ma'am, you have a very bad man on your hands. His charges are murder in the first degree, reckless endangerment, unlawful possession of a firearm, and discharging the firearm within city limits. How does that grab you? I can go on forever, but I don't have all day, and by the way, there's no bail for murder one defendants anymore in the state of Maryland. You people should know that, so Billy the Kid will have to wait for his day in court.
Thank you, sir,
said Netta. This meant the money was hers, all of it. All she had to do was collect it, which wasn't a problem. Unlike most cases, when a hustler goes to jail and the other parties on the street refuse to pay, this situation was not Black's. Stan and the rest of Black's lieutenants gave up every last dime owed. The fear factor weighed heavily in their minds. They didn't know for sure if Black would be found guilty. Either way, they certainly weren't trying to feel the wrath of Black should he ever come home. On the other hand, Netta was naive when it came to the legal system. She thought Black was history. She just knew he'd be tried, convicted, and sentenced to forever.
Black ain't never getting out,
she convinced herself. Acting on the ignorant feeling, she went ahead with her scheme, beating Black out of a little over $250,000. Then she placed a block on her phone so she couldn't receive collect calls. Believing Black wouldn't be home no time soon, she went jewelry shopping with a portion of his money, stashing the rest. In Baltimore City jail annex, Black went ballistic when he found out Netta robbed him. The money was a small thing. He had plenty of paper. It was the principal. He couldn't believe she had the heart to steal from him. Didn't Netta know he was a stone-cold killer? Didn't she know what he'd do to her? Black was heartbroken. Slowly it began to sink in that the only woman besides his mother he ever loved didn't love him. This was a cold realization arousing a hatred in him like he'd never known. He never felt hate for a person like he felt hate for Netta. Black swore he'd get her back one day. In jail or out of jail, he'd get her back. Part 3. The Future. Chapter 18. It was a typical hot summer's day in Baltimore. The dog days of summer were in full swing. The sweltering heat and humidity turned row homes and apartments into saunas. Everybody and their mother was out on the stoops, porches, corners, and streets trying to catch a cool breeze. Tone and his cousin Man were out collecting money from various workers and places around the city. Tone was real popular in Baltimore, even though he was from the Bronx. "Yo, Stu, you got that?" Tone yelled out the window of his customized black Mazda MPV. His minivan was equipped with DVD, video games, and 4 small color televisions in the dashboard and headrests. He had the loudest car stereo that money could buy, and his chrome 20-inch 5-star rims sparkled under the streetlights. As he came to a complete stop near a group of young men on the corner of North Avenue and Castle Street, heads turned and admired his car. Baltimore didn't need to see the New York license plate tag the way the car sat. You knew the was from somewhere else. One of the guys standing in the group on the corner broke away from the pack and headed over to the MPV. It was Stu, his girlfriend's cousin. He was also a constant f***up. Over the years, he had beaten Tone or shortchanged him out of so much money and packages it wasn't even funny. "Yeah, how much you want, yo?" Stu asked playfully, yet in a serious tone, as he approached the minivan with a few vials of coke in hand, like he was serving a customer. Tone had anticipated Stu's prankish mood and countered it with a joke of his own. He tapped his cousin Man on the leg, as if to say, "Watch this." As soon as Stu stuck his head out through the car window, he put a gun under his chin. "Yo, son, what the fuck I tell you about playing with me like that? Now where the fuck is my money at, motherfucker?" Tone said lowly through clenched teeth. Stunned, Stu looked directly in his eyes for a sign that would tell him Tone was playing. He saw none. "This is having a bad day. He must be tired of my shit," thought Stu. "Tone, what the fuck is you doing? Why are you playing with that gun, yo? I swear to God, as soon as I finish knocking off this pack, you got that? I swear, yo, I ain't never gonna play with your money again. I'ma bring you straight paper," he continued on, real shook, with a barrel pressed against his chin. Tone was enjoying chumping Stu. This was one of the few times he was able to turn the tables on him. Unable to control his laughter any longer, Tone removed a water gun from underneath his chin and squirted him in the face. "Ah!" He burst out laughing, pointing his finger at Stu. Stu didn't like being put on the spot. However, knowing how much paper he was indebted to Tone for, he let that slide, taking his t-shirt to wipe the water off his face. "I knew that gun was fake, yo. I was just playing around with you. Tone, you ain't crazy enough to pull a gun out on me. I laugh and joke, but I don't play." "You don't pay neither," said Tone, still laughing, banging on the steering wheel. "Show you right, Stu. I always knew you was a..." "This only proved it, son. I wish you could have seen your face. Now you talking that killer shit. You ain't gonna kill shit or see nothing die." Tone continued mocking him in a girlish voice. "I swear to God, I'm gonna pay you this time. Please don't kill me." "Ha ha ha ha. I ain't say it like that, yo. Remember where you at, Tone. This is B-more, where you see more. You better be more careful. I could have got you slumped for that shit, yo. My peeps right down there, and you know they strapped. Ain't nothing happening to me on this block." Whatever. You still sounded like a... Tone really liked Stu because he was naturally funny, and anybody that made him laugh, he could tolerate no matter what the shortcomings were. Stu's weakness was he liked to hustle and get high, like oil and water. These two things don't mix. Most times getting high got the best of him, causing him to mess up money. Stu reached in his pockets and handed him a knot of money, which was a lot less than it appeared to be. It was $200 in singles. Tone quickly filed through the money, counting it up in his head. "What the am I supposed to do with this?" he asked. "It's money, ain't it, Joe? Give it to one of them strippers you f***ing down at Eldorado's. Better yet, give it back. I'll show you what to do with it." Once again, Stu got over. The joke was really on Tone. Stu knew how much he hated singles. Tone looked at him like he was crazy, then pulled off, leaving Stu standing in the middle of the street. When he reached the next block, he hopped out of his car and handed out the singles to the first group of kids he saw. They would have ice pops and ice cream on him that day. In the passenger seat, Man sat fuming, unamused at his cousin's handling of Stu. He felt Stu was taking advantage of them. Fed up, Man decided to say something about it. "Yo, Tone, you can't be letting these Baltimore cats just walk over you like that. You giving New York a bad name, word up," Man said, real serious to his cousin. "Son, what do you want me to do, kill him? That's my fucking girl's cousin. Me and that kid been through mad shit together. He helped me get on my feet when I was down here by myself. Your son held me down. I must be doing something right. I'm getting money, ain't I?" asked Tone, trying to check his cousin back in his place. "That's all fine and dandy, motherfucker, but I ain't just talking about that kid, and I ain't just talking about money. It's the principle of the shit. What about all them other niggas you let slide? Yo, Tone, you gotta start busting your guns, son. These lames is starting to take you for a joke," said Man, blowing the situation way out of proportion. "These cats is too slow to be getting over on you like that," he added. Compared to New York City, every other city and its residents seemed slow to Man. To him, New York was the capital of the entire world. The center of his universe. It was all he knew. Tone shot a dirty look at Man. He saw this day coming a long time ago. The day Man would try to tell him how to handle his business. Man was as geographical as they come. He represented New York and the Bronx 24 hours a day. He thought he was better than everybody in Baltimore just because he was from New York City. Tone had hoped in time he'd grow out of his pro-New York attitude, but Man never did. So now it was time to check him. "Yo, don't get it f***ed up. There's real and there's fake everywhere. Don't judge a cat by where he's from, 'cause it ain't where you from, it's how you come. There are cats out here from New York I don't give a f*** about, and there are cats from B-More I got crazy love for, and they got love for me. You got thorough out here like anywhere else. You better recognize everybody out here ain't lames or slow. I'm out here to get money, bottom line. I ain't out here on no rah-rah shit or New York versus B-More shit. Let them other go to war over that geographical shit. I'm trying to get money, son. Word to my mother." Tone put Man in his place and said what needed to be said. He was trying to get him to recognize the game before it was too late. There was a time he thought like his cousin, but over the years he wised up. He saw too many New Yorkers get killed sleeping on cats from B-More. No matter what Tone did, though, he couldn't escape the stigma of his birthplace. On the streets of Bmore, he was called New York Tone. Though he didn't like it, he got used to it. It was better than being called by his real name, Anthony. Next to the money, what Tone liked so much about Bmore was it reminded him so much of home. Its people, crowded streets, and live nightlife. It was just a smaller version of New York. A couple sections of Baltimore were referred to as Little New York or Baby New York in reference to all the gunplay action and drama that existed there. Another thing about Baltimore was its women. They were a friend's benefit, something that came along with the game. He loved them, and they loved him. The only problem was he had a girlfriend. Sonia was short, dark-skinned, shapely, and fine. Half American, half Jamaican. Her and Tone were high school sweethearts. Shortly after graduating from Evander Childs High School in the Bronx, she decided to attend Morgan State University in Baltimore. Upon arriving at school, her cousin Stu pulled her coat to all the money to be made out there. She in turn told Tone, who had hopped on the next thing smoking down there. Had Tone not come to Bmore to sell drugs, it's highly unlikely that their relationship would have survived. Actually, it was amazing they were still together the way he cheated. Even though he loved Sonia, he was having with so many females, he thought he was Hercules. He wanted to knock all of them off. He was like a kid in a candy store with a pocket full of dough. He wanted to sample whatever caught his eye. On the strength of where he was from and all the money he was making, Tone found no shortage of partners. He certainly wasn't a bad-looking guy. Brown skin, tall, curly hair, and a chipped front tooth were his best physical attributes. Not to mention, his heavy New York accent was like an aphrodisiac to the ladies. Tone loved to frequent strip joints. His favorite was El Dorado's in downtown Baltimore. He had every stripper that worked there at least twice. After the club closed, he'd come back and pick one of them. Then it was off to the nearest hotel, all for a small fee, of course. The rates varied according to who you were. Tone, being the regular he was, got a discount. Most hustlers called this tricking, but not him. This was an investment in a sure-shot thing. The way he saw it, if you bought a broad a Happy Meal, then you was tricking too. A dumb one at that, you still might not get none. He, on the other hand, could expect the works since he paid for it. The best part was, when he was finished, he could get up and walk out the door and not say one word. In his mind, Tone tried to justify his cheating ways. He reasoned, if I could get what I needed at home, I wouldn't have to creep around. Sonia refused to perform on him. This was some mandatory shit for Tone.
Are you crazy? I'm not doing that. I don't want to.
Tone tried every trick in the book, but nothing worked. They'd been together for 4 years, and it was still the same old shit in the bedroom. Tone figured if she wasn't ready now, then she'd never be ready. In the middle of the night, Tina awoke to the sounds of muffled noises that escaped from under the bathroom door and down the hall. A light sleeper, she laid in bed wondering what the sounds could be. Silently creeping, she walked down the pitch-black hallway towards the bathroom. The bright light escaping from beneath the door was her guide. This must be Mimi, Tina thought as she inched closer, careful not to make any noise. She hadn't seen Mimi in weeks. Tina wanted to have a talk with her about her disappearing acts. Reaching the bathroom door, the noises grew louder. Tina stood at the door, listening and unsure of what to do next.
This isn't what I think. Please, Lord, don't let it be.
Her baby girl was getting high. On the other side of the door, Mimi was snorting heroin. Scoop after scoop, she shoveled it into her nostrils. Empty glassine bags of dope littered the floor. Mimi sat on the edge of the tub, too absorbed in her activities. She never heard her mother's sobs from the other side of the door. Bang, bang, bang. Tina beat on the door so loud and hard that it shook violently.
Mimi, open this door right now. Wait a minute,
Yelled Mimi. Startled, she almost dropped her dope.
I'm using the bathroom.
She said, stalling.
You open this door right now before I break it down. You ain't fooling nobody, Mimi. I know what you're doing in there.
Ignoring her mother, Mimi stuffed the rest of the dope in her bra. Then she grabbed all the loose baggies that laid around and flushed them down the toilet. Straightening up, she finally unlocked and opened the door, which her mother was pushing on to get in.
What the hell do you think you are doing?
Tina asked as she got all up in Mimi's face, examining it closely. Grabbing her daughter, Tina forcefully held Mimi's face inches from the bathroom mirror.
What's that?
Tina asked, demanding her daughter to answer. Looking closely at herself in the mirror, Mimi saw tiny traces of white powder around the rim of her nose.
Oh, it's nothing.
She answered.
Nothing, huh? You putting that junk up your nose? I guess that's baby powder, huh? I don't know what the devil has gotten into you. Why you fooling with that stuff? You look like death in the face.
For the first time in a long time, Mimi was forced to examine herself. The person she saw in the mirror wasn't a true reflection of herself. The person she saw staring back at her was one who carried many titles, from to gold digger and now junkie. The person in the mirror wasn't her. It was a tired-looking imposter.
Ma, I need help. I can't stop getting high,
She said as a tear rolled down her face. Tina released the hold she had on her daughter's face and embraced her. Tina couldn't have anything come in her house and hurt her more than to see her daughter getting high. When would it end? For Tina, she had lived the life of a hustler's wife all her life. It was a life she couldn't convince herself had been a waste. Now her hustling husband was nowhere to be found, unless she went looking, which she didn't. Not to mention her son Timmy shot dead, senseless over money. His life was worth more than that money. Her other son in jail for the rest of his life. Tommy will spend it behind bars. Oh, there was nothing sadder than this moment for Tina. The tears that rolled down her daughter's cheek sparked tears in hers, still left from her son's, and tears she didn't even know she had for her daughter. If she could wipe out every drug on the market, she would. Admitting her drug problem to her mother was the first step for Mimi on the long road to recovery. Secretly, she entered a 90-day inpatient program in Bethesda, Maryland, called Second Genesis. Her mother's pastor arranged this from the church.
May I speak to Mimi?
The long-lost voice could be heard through the handset.
Netta?
Asked Tina, excitedly knowing the voice sounded familiar.
Hi, Miss Johnson. How's everything going?
Said Netta cheerfully.
Netta, I've been thinking about you. Where you been? You could have called, I've been worried sick about you.
She said. It was true. Netta hadn't been in contact with anybody in quite some time. She had been too preoccupied with Black. Now that he was in prison, though, she was starting to reestablish her old ties.
I'm sorry, Miss Johnson, but I've been working. I didn't mean to call, but I've been busy. Most of the time, it's too late to call when I get off work. It's no excuse, I'm sorry. You know how time flies,
said Netta apologetically.
It's okay. I know how it is. I'm just glad to hear from you, baby. Where you working at?
She asked.
Maryland University Hospital. I do clerical work. How's little Timmy?
Netta asked.
He's doing good. He's getting so big. That boy is eating me out of house and home. He's asleep now, taking his nap. You know he loves you, right? Always points to your graduation picture,
said Tina.
Miss Johnson, is Mimi home?
Asked Netta.
No, baby. She's down south taking care of my sick mother. She'll be back soon,
she said, lying. And Tina was a churchgoer. She didn't like lies. It was against her religion. But for her daughter, Tina went against her God. Mimi begged for secrecy. So even though Tina didn't want to lie, she did it for Mimi's sake.
She is?
Asked Netta, surprised to hear that Mimi went down south. She wasn't a traveling type. She was one of those people who would never leave Baltimore. Born there, die there. Netta thought it must be serious for her to leave.
I hope your mom has a speedy recovery,
said Netta. Yeah, baby, she's doing better. Mimi should be home soon.
Well, will you tell her to call me?
Asked Netta.
Oh, baby, you know I will. She'll be so glad to hear from you.
The conversation ended like that. Netta didn't give it a second thought. She'd see Mimi when she got back. Mimi was the prettiest fiend in the rehab center, bar none. Surprisingly, there were just as many white people in rehab, if not more. But from the start of her rehabilitation efforts, she was doomed. She felt uncomfortable and out of place. She was surrounded by hardcore addicts and couldn't identify with those people at all. The dope fiends and crackheads in her group class told horror stories about how they went about getting their daily fix or hit. Mimi wasn't feeling the group or the class or none of it. In her mind, it never got that bad for her. The hardest thing for her to do was stand before the group and say,
Hi, my name is Mimi and I'm a recovering heroin addict.
She could barely get it out, and even when she did, it didn't sound right. Her drug counselor accused her of being in denial. In all actuality, she was in rehab for all the wrong reasons. Mimi wasn't there to rid herself of her dope habit. She was there because she got caught getting high, not because she wanted to stop. Mimi was there because she didn't want anyone else to find out just how badly she'd fallen off. As if she could undo the damage done to her reputation. Mimi was only there to salvage her image, what little of it was left. Her heart wasn't into recovery. The whole time she was there, she thought about getting high. By the time her 90-day rehabilitation period was over, nobody even knew she was gone. That was just the way she wanted it. Mimi had gained her weight back in all the right places and was looking better than ever. After her release, she hooked right back up with Netta and the Pound. With Black locked up down city jail, her and Netta were thick as thieves again. It was just like old times. As the years passed, Netta led and Mimi followed. The Pound was still in demand, and everybody was prospering. Running their game, they ran through and discarded hustlers like old clothes, Netta in the forefront and Mimi trailing a split second behind. Little did Netta and Mimi know that their past sins were just about to catch up with them. Chapter 19. On Monroe and Fayette Street, Tone sat inside Man's new gold Lexus coupe, blasting his system as he waited for Man to finish handling his business. The years had been good to both of them. They had a successful run in Baltimore, dealing drugs for 4 years without getting locked up. Their longevity was matched by few. During that time span, they'd seen a lot of New Yorkers come and go. Most of their friends and people they knew were either dead or indicted. Yet, more and more kept coming down to Baltimore, wave after wave. No one seemed to get the message that things weren't as sweet as they used to be. Cats were coming home from jail with an anti-New York attitude, and the murder rate was steadily rising. Things were hectic in the streets. Zoning out listening to rap music, Tone spotted a yellow Range Rover pull up. The bright color of the truck caught his eye. He watched as the truck parked a few cars in front of him. The driver door opened and a beautiful dark-skinned female stepped out of the truck and began unloading groceries. Snatching the keys out of the ignition, Tone walked over to assist her and run some game. "Excuse me, miss, with the slim waist and the pretty face. You need a hand with that, ma?" Tone politely asked as he undressed her with his eyes.
Damn, you scared me. It's not polite to creep up on people like that,
said Netta, caught off guard. "My bad, ma. I didn't mean to scare you. I seen you struggling with the bags, and being the gentleman I am, I figured I'd help you," Tone said, flashing her his megawatt smile that brought a grin to Netta's face.
"I could use a hand, New York,"
Netta replied, picking up his accent.
"Thanks,"
she added, handing him the last of the grocery bags before closing the trunk. Tone waited for Netta to secure her car, and together they walked toward her house, where the other bags sat on the steps. "Damn, ma, what you got in there? Them shit was heavy, word," said Tone, not realizing Netta had deliberately given him all the heavy bags to carry while she toted the light ones. "A strong like you shouldn't have no problem carrying them bags," said Netta playfully. "Oh, I ain't got no problems. I'm just trying to figure out where your man is," he asked, trying to get some information on her status. Was she single or seeing somebody? Either way, it didn't matter. Tone just wanted to know, so he know how to come at her.
"I ain't got no man,"
Netta stated, thinking about 4 years ago when the last man she had was black.
"I'm high maintenance, and these is low budget. They got champagne taste and beer money. You got to spend money on this. As you can see, I'm used to nice things."
"Damn, ma, what part of the game is that? You on some real extra shit," said Tone, knowing her kind. This broad ain't nothing but a gold digger. But he felt he could handle her. After all, he was from the Big Apple, and there wasn't no gold digger worse than one from New York.
"The part of the game you wouldn't understand if your money ain't long, New York,"
Netta shot back with a sexy attitude, putting her hand on her hip. "Say word," laughed Tone.
"Word, New York."
"Man, look, my moms ain't named me no New York neither. Yo, every New Yorker out this piece is called New York. That's just where I'm from. My name is Tone. What's yours?" he asked, making the introduction, liking her style.
"So this must be New York Tone I've been hearing about. I'm Netta,"
she answered with a smile. "Check this out, Netta. What's up with me and you? Can I take you out and get something to eat or something? What? Get to know you a little better, you know what I mean? He asked, hoping she said yes.
No. Doubt. We can do something tonight. I ain't got nothing planned.
As they conversed, Mimi showed up, followed by Man. They were both introduced and talked to themselves as the other members of the pound started pulling up in their various cars. Tone and Man couldn't believe their eyes. All these chicks were drop-dead gorgeous. After watching the town parade of ghetto superstar starlets go by, Tone and Man were ready to follow the pack on up in the crib. Yo, can we chill with y'all? Asked Man.
Nah, it's a private club. Ladies only. We about to get blunted and kick it. You know, girly shit, yo.
Man left it at that and continued to exchange numbers with Mimi as Netta and Tone did the same. So shit is on for the night. I'll be back around 8:30, but I'ma call before I come, said Tone.
Alright, see you tonight. Don't be late,
she replied as she went inside her house to join her clique. She never noticed the black truck parked on the corner of her block. She never noticed its driver. Black watched her as she disappeared behind the closed door. Locating Netta wasn't hard. Even after 4 years of imprisonment, she still lived in the same house and was still driving the same car he'd given her as an engagement present, the Yellow Range. He never thought she'd be driving the same whip. Obviously, she hadn't gotten wind of his release, or she would have been long gone. That's the very reason why Black insisted on no parties or celebrations. He wanted no one or nothing to announce his return to the streets. He wanted to keep it on a down low. He wanted to take Netta and Baltimore by storm. As it stood, only his lawyer and his family and the inmates back at the jail knew he had been released. He had to move quickly. The element of surprise as well as timing was on his side. The streets didn't know he was out, but they soon would. Running errands all day, Netta was unaware that she was being followed. Black had watched her every move. He followed her to the cleaners, beauty parlor, and the supermarket. All over the city and everywhere she went, he was with her like a shadow. He watched and he waited for his opportunity to strike. Patiently, Black sat in his car on the corner of the block and waited for his chance. Every time he thought he had her alone, someone else would show up and spoil his plans. He wanted Netta in a secluded spot where they could be alone, just the two of them, but she kept going to public places where there were too many people around. Since he couldn't catch her how he wanted, Black decided to bide his time until the moment was right. He'd waited 4 years to have his moment, and he wanted it to be perfect. Reclining in her chair, Netta opened her eyes. She looked over at Mimi.
I hope she still ain't mad.
Netta figured she had been a little hard on Mimi earlier when they had argued about Kev trying to bid off her. She just wanted Mimi to play smart. It was really a small thing, but Mimi took it so personal. She thought Netta was purposely trying to disrespect her in front of the clique.
This ain't over,
Mimi promised herself. Just then, the phone rang, and Netta reached over the side of the chair arm and picked the cordless off the floor. It was Tone, making sure they were still on for the night. Instead of picking her up, though, he wanted to meet her at the restaurant instead. Claiming he had to handle some unexpected business, Netta agreed, preferring to drive her own car anyway. That way, if he started tripping, she'd be free to leave. As the sun set and the skyline grew orange and pink, Black began to grow impatient. He was ready to run up in Netta's house and kill all of them. Just as he was contemplating the thought, Netta and company began exiting the house. So this must be the pound, he thought to himself. Black didn't recognize Petey, Rashida, or Fila, but he recognized Mimi. Black could never forget a face as pretty as hers, or the way she used to yell and walk in front of him when Netta wasn't around. No, he certainly couldn't forget Miss Mimi. She still looks good. Mimi done got as thick as Netta. Look at her. Maybe I should have messed with her. She probably wouldn't have done me dirty like Netta did. As these thoughts popped in his head, they quickly disappeared. Fuck all them hoes, Black finally said, his true feelings having emerged. Going their separate ways, the pound jumped into their individual cars and rolled out. Netta got in her truck and headed towards the restaurant. She was on her way to meet Tone downtown. This was the opportunity Black had been waiting for all day. He followed her for several blocks, hoping she'd come to a deserted intersection where he could make his move. At the light ahead, there was a 3-car accident, and police were redirecting the flow of traffic. Seeing this, Netta turned off on a side street, hoping to beat the traffic. Doing so, she played right into Black's hands. He took the same detour, following closely behind her. Black put the pedal to the metal. This was his golden opportunity. He had waited for 4 years, and he wasn't about to let her get away. Taking the side blocks downtown, Netta was unaware of the black GMC Jimmy that was behind her Range Rover. At the next corner, Black caught up to her and gently bumped her bumper. It wasn't enough to cause her injuries, just enough to cause her to want to check for damages.
What the f?
Netta seethed through her teeth as her body jerked from the impact of the vehicle behind her. She immediately looked in a rearview mirror to see who had rear-ended her truck. She spotted a tinted black Jimmy pulling over in the middle of the block, and seeing that the truck was pulling over as well, Netta hopped out her vehicle with license and registration in hand. She inspected the truck. The damage was minor, only her taillight was cracked. However, with her car being foreign, damage this small could still be expensive to fix.
Why hasn't he got out to look at what he's done to my truck?
Thought Netta as the sight of her truck began to infuriate her. Remembering Tone, she looked at her watch and began to walk swiftly toward the truck.
Must belong to a hustler, and if it does, that might as well break me off right now or be ready for the police to take an accident report. I might have a lawsuit. I might need some medical attention.
Netta's mind couldn't help but to scheme on ways to get paid. Netta couldn't see through the heavily tinted windows of the Jimmy. All she could make out was that the driver was a male.
This ain't that important,
she thought, wondering why he hadn't got out or even rolled down his window.
The average person would have apologized by now. I think since he's on some extra shit, I'ma get a police report, call my lawyer, and sue his fucking... Get the fuck out of the fucking car, roll down the fucking window. I'm in a rush,
she said, striking a defiant pose, hand on her hips, teeth clenched. Instantly, the driver's window began to descend slowly, revealing more and more of the dark figure inside the car. Netta's expression quickly changed. She almost began to on herself when she saw Black's face.
Oh shit, Black, when you get out,
she said out loud as she gawked him, paralyzed from fear. For an instant, there was nothing but an expressionless stare between the two of them. Netta was desperately trying to gauge his temperament.
Is he mad? Does he want his Range Rover back?
This was easier than Black thought it would be. He didn't have to kidnap her or tie her up or duct tape her. She got in the truck with him willingly.
Black, I swear on my mother's grave, yo, it wasn't me who took the money. It was Stan. Stan said, "F you," when I asked him for it. I tried to tell him, but...
Netta explained, talking so fast, Black could hardly keep up with her. Netta was seriously trying to pin that shit on somebody else. She swore on a stack of Bibles and lied on a dead man, using everything in her power to try and convince him of her innocence, but the guilty speak the loudest. Whether she knew it or not, Black already had his mind made up. So all that shit she was talking went in one ear and out the other. Absorbing every word of this one-sided conversation, Black didn't believe Netta for 1 minute, and what was really ticking him off was how she lied on Stan. Poor Stan wasn't even around to defend himself. He was murdered while Black was locked down. Never once did Black let his true feelings show. There would be plenty of time for him to vent his anger soon enough. For now, he was playing her game. This done lost her mind. Time to pay the piper. Tone sat in Moe's on Albemarle Street, finishing the last of his crab cake dinner. He glanced down at the Cartier watch on his wrist. 9:30. Where's this broad at? Tone had given her the benefit of the doubt, but was now sure that Netta had stood him up. Who does she think she is? He thought to himself, getting heated. Tone had so many girls trying to get with him on the east side and west side that he didn't have to eat alone. That's it, I'm out, Tone thought as he stood from the table. Disappointed, he paid his bill and left the restaurant. One monkey don't stop no show, and Tone wasn't about to call it a night just 'cause Netta stood him up. His girl was studying for her final exams and didn't want to be bothered, and man was at the movies with some chick. What the hell? I'm downtown already. I might as well swing by Eldorado's. Tone wanted to unwind, and watching strippers dance was one of his many relaxing techniques. In the downtown hotel, Netta and Black were already engaging. This was Black's first piece in 4 years, yet the way he was acting, one would have thought it was his last. "Come here," he growled. The powerful pinching her. Black watched as she grimaced in pain. Too scared to tell him to stop, Netta suffered in silence, growing tired. Finally, he flipped her over and going through the motions, the multiple niches, she felt nothing, no pleasure, just brute force. Too worried to enjoy it, Netta couldn't help but to think,
why did I come with him? Why did I get in his truck?
These were the questions that were going through her mind. She was praying that he hurry up and so this rough tirade could come to an end. But it would get worse before it got better. Having his way, Black smacked her so hard that each smack caused Netta to wince and sigh. This turned him on so much he purposely hit her harder. Suddenly, as if it were over, Black and without warning, causing Netta to fall flat on her stomach.
Take it out! Take it out!
she screamed, her cries only exciting him even more. The pain and agony was too much for her as she screamed, trying to fight him off. It was no use. Black pinned her down and placed her in a chokehold. She was all his now. The pain was so excruciating, Netta felt like she would black out. The tears were a puddle under her face, and all she could feel was Black stretching her. He was enjoying himself so much that he had blocked out her cries and screams of agony. A foul stench began to pollute the air. Mercilessly, Black disregarded it and kept going. Never mind the foul odor or the blood. This was payback. He wanted to demoralize her and humiliate her and teach her the lesson that for 4 years now she needed to learn. El Dorado's was packed, but Tone, being the regular he was, managed somehow to get a seat with a nice view of the stage. He sat nursing 2 overpriced bottles of Heineken, while his eyes searched the dimly lit club for a stripper named Peaches. Up on the stage, 2 strippers were doing their thing, jiggling, wiggling, shaking, and grinding what their mamas gave them. Tone watched as guys hooted and hollered and stuffed dollar bills in their G-strings. Hustlers from New York and Baltimore were in the house. Each clique was trying to outdo the next. Bottles of Cristal, Belvedere, and Chambord adorned the tables along with Dom and Alizé Red. For New York, the hot drink was Belvy mixed with Chambord. If you didn't have the Chambord, then it wasn't Belv. The Baltimore boys were rowdy and loud and obnoxious. They wanted to show the New York boys whose house they were in and who was running the spot. Laid back in the cut, Tone peeped the whole scene, wanting no parts of it. He knew a few people in each group, and he also knew just how quick tempers could flare. Fun and games easily escalate to gunplay. Tone just wanted his skit, and that was it. Speak of the devil, there was Peaches serving some gentleman customers a few yards away. "Hey, Peaches, come here, ma," said Tone, waving a $100 bill in his hand. Ben will get her attention, he thought, as he saw her spot the big face. She walked right over, wearing nothing but a G-string and high heels. Her big, firm brown bounced with every step. She had the classic stripper look, caked on makeup, fake airbrush nails, long hair weave, and a tribal tattoo.
Tone, what's up, yo? Where you been hiding?
She asked happily, wanting to take the money out of his hand. P, I've been up top for a minute. You know, I had to let my peeps know. Alright, Tone replied, lying.
What's up? When me and you gonna get together again?
She asked boldly, as if she were reading his mind. Yo, ma, the way you look in them heels, we could leave the club right now, Tone anxiously responded. Peaches flicked out her tongue at him, exposing her new piercing, something she planned on using on him tonight.
You know what time we close. Meet me out front and wait for me, yo,
she said. Okay, no problem, Tone answered.
Wait a minute, you always switching cars. What you driving now? I know it's something different.
I got a white BMW, Tone proudly stated.
I hope it's a stick. You know how much I like sticks,
she reminded him, blowing a kiss before turning to walk away. She knew Tone was money in the bank and he always played fair. She'd go with that wherever he wanted her to. Still violating Netta, Black here wouldn't lie till he was on the verge of, then withdrew his silly little CC and all over her. As quickly as she could, Netta made a mad dash for the bathroom. Barely walking straight, she had to shit so bad she felt like she wouldn't make it to the toilet. Slamming the door behind her, she barely reached the toilet in time. The shit hit the water like a ton of bricks. Relieving herself felt good, but it still didn't take away the pain and throbbing. She was raw and sore, very sore, and bleeding. Netta took a hot shower in an attempt to cleanse her body. She wanted a bath to soak in, but she'd have to wait for that until she got home. In the bathroom with the door locked, she felt safe, more like relieved. Black was out of order. He was on some other type of time. Netta was scared of him, scared to come out of the shower.
What am I gonna do?
She thought, thinking of how she'd exit the bathroom and leave him in the hotel room. Meanwhile, Black was in the room, wiping his all this shit with her silk blouse. You ain't shit for real, he chuckled, really feeling himself. To him, Netta was nothing but a, and he was gonna treat her like one. When he finished disrespecting her clothes, Black started doubling up some wire hangers. He was about to bring the pain. Chapter 20. Peaches, I wish you hurry the f*** up, Tone impatiently shouted.
Hold your fucking horses, yo! I'm coming!
Tone laid in the bed, butt naked, puffing some Branson he copped the last time he was up in New York. The weed was making him. It seemed like it took forever for them to get to the hotel, and even longer for her to get her ass in the bed. All he was thinking about was her pierced tongue and all the places Peaches will with it. Peaches was all about her business, and she knew how to satisfy a man well. Like the entertainer she was, Peaches made a grand entrance. She stood in the frame of the bathroom door posing, wearing only her birthday suit and a pair of red leather thigh-high boots. She seductively strolled across the room and over to the bed. Still taking tokes on the blunt, Tone watched her move toward him in slow motion. Peaches came over and knelt down beside the bed, grabbing his. She proceeded to give him a fit for a king. Tone's toes began to curl. The earring that was attached to her tongue felt strange, but real good. Tone was loving every minute of it. He had totally forgot about Netta. This is what's up, he thought to himself. This is what I've been waiting for all night. As soon as Netta opened the bathroom door, she sensed something was very wrong. Darkness stared in front of her, and she could not see Black squatted against the wall waiting for her. Now, all she wanted to do was get her out of there. Now, all she wanted to do was get her clothes and leave, but it wasn't going to happen that way. Like a cat silently stalking a mouse, Black waited for Netta to get in striking distance. When she got close enough, he sprang from out of the darkness and cold cocked her. Bam! The first blow from his fists caught her directly on the temple, taking the fight right out of her. Netta was on Queer Street, punch drunk, and as she staggered across the room, trying to make it to the bed, Black rained down blows from every angle to every part of her body. Unable to maintain her balance, Netta fell to the floor. After rendering her helpless, Black walked over to the nightstand and grabbed his pimp sticks. You ain't think you was ever gonna see the Black again, huh? Think you could steal from the Black and get the f*** away from me, huh? He barked at the fallen figure on the floor like a madman. While in jail, Black picked up a bad habit of talking to himself. He started referring to himself in third person. You crossed the Black, yo. Now you're gonna pay the cost to be the boss, he said, standing over her, pointing his instrument of pain. Groaning and groggy, Netta could barely make out what Black was saying. She struggled to get back on her feet by grabbing hold of the corner of the dresser, but she couldn't pull herself up. Each time she tried, she stumbled back to the floor. On her next attempt, Black reached his arm way back and brought the wire hangers down so hard that they whistled through the air. Her screams only excited Black. He continued to beat her until he drew blood, and like magic, long welt marks appeared across her face, neck, chest, back, thighs, buttocks, and legs. Next door, Peaches tone and began him like a wild bronco. Up and down, around and around, she moved her hips rapidly. Then suddenly, she came to a grinding halt. She thought she heard a scream. There it was again. Now she was sure. Underneath her, Tone was puzzled by her lack of movement. He gently smacked Peaches on her big butt and began grinding her back in an attempt to remind her what they were doing and why they were there. Hey, yo, P, why you stop? Come on, baby. What you doing? Peaches didn't even respond. Her full attention was focused on the wall in front of her and what was behind it in the next room.
Did you hear that?
She said, her eyebrows frowned, with her finger at her lips telling Tone to be quiet.
Somebody's getting the shit beat out of them next door.
No sooner than those words left her mouth, another ear-piercing scream penetrated through the walls. Peaches looked down at Tone.
I know you heard that, yo.
Jumping off of him, she ran naked around the bed and up to the wall to get a better listen. Mad as all hell, Tone reluctantly got out of the bed to join her. With their ears pressed to the wall, all they could hear was a muffled male voice cursing somebody out. Bits and pieces of what he was yelling could be heard. You sorry now? You sorry now, ain't you? You should have never crossed the Black. You sorry now, ain't you? You sorry now? Well, don't be sorry now. Don't be sorry now. You're taking this thing a little too far. Yo, Ma, what the f*** are you doing? Tone asked as he watched Peaches get a glass and put it up to the wall in order to hear better.
What the f*** do it look like I'm doing?
She asked sarcastically. It looks like to me you're being nosy, Tone replied. You're supposed to be over here now me hussing and f***ing me. What the f*** do I even pay you for? You supposed to be paying me the attention, he said, mumbling to himself, not really meaning it, but still not understanding her. Unbeknownst to Tone, Peaches herself was a victim of domestic violence. A short time ago, Peaches was brutally beaten by her boyfriend on a regular basis, needing emergency room treatment. She remembered all the times people would just walk by as if nothing was happening to her. Peaches had promised herself, like every other woman of domestic violence, that if she ever saw anything like that happening to somebody else, she'd do what she could to stop it. Peaches, you need to mind your business. That's a man and a woman's business. They're not bothering you, Tone said, as Peaches rolled her eyes and ignored him. Continuing his torture, Black beat and stomped Netta till she lost consciousness. Now look what you made me do, he said. The entire time he was beating her, he was also scolding her. I bet you won't take nothing else from the Black, will you? He asked, waiting for an answer that would never come. Taking her silence as disrespect, Black repeatedly lashed her again and again and again for ignoring him. Oh, you got nothing to say. You want to play sleep, huh? Don't you? Well, the Black got something that'll wake you right up. He threw down his bloody weapon and unzipped his pants. He did in the rouge on her head, further degrading her. Even after that, he wasn't finished. He continued to methodically beat and taunt her mercilessly until he heard someone banging on the next wall. Yo, Peaches, calm the f*** down, Tone said after watching her beat on the wall. Peaches stopped and quickly began to put on her clothes. Where the f*** are you going? Asked Tone.
Next door,
She said with defiance. Un-f***ing believable. This just ain't my night. I came here to get my shit off, and now we playing Save the Day. Man, I'm not getting in the middle of no boyfriend-girlfriend disputes. The peacemaker always gets hurt. Yo, I'm not risking my life for somebody I don't even know, he said, trying to convince her with logical reasoning.
Aw, nigga, you just scared.
Peaches said, challenging his manhood. Just to prove her wrong, Tone rushed and got dressed, following her out the door. The thumps on the wall had brought Black back to his senses. Paranoid that someone might have called the police, he grabbed his things and hastily left. He'd finish her off some other time, but right now he had to go. With Peaches leading the way, they went next door, narrowly missing Black fleeing the scene of the crime. Noticing the door was ajar, Tone pulled Peaches back and he stepped forward, taking charge of the situation. He knocked on the door firmly and waited for a response from inside. When none came, he knocked again. This time the force of his knock pushed the door open wider, and there in the middle of the floor was a body. An unrecognizable, nude, Black female lay sprawled out in the puddle of blood and urine. Her long hair covered her crimson face. Standing behind Tone, Peaches peeked around him, looking and searching the room as her eyes found the body. Hollering and screaming, she began to cry and ran back into their room to call 911. Cautiously, Tone walked toward the body. His eyes darted back and forth, alert for any signs of danger. Finding none, he bent down and checked the woman's wrist for vital signs. He found a weak pulse. He put his hand near her mouth. Good. She's still breathing, he thought. He pulled out his cell phone and called 911. The smell and odor from the room was putrid. Tone could barely stand it. He felt like he was about to throw up. Her shirt, her body, the blood, the urine, all made his stomach sick. While his eyes scoured the room, he saw a purse on the night table. Curiosity and identity led him to the table. With the condition she was in, he wanted to notify her family of what had happened. Digging around in her purse, Tone came across a wallet. He pulled it out and turned on the lamp to get a good look at the driver's license. Shanetta Jackson. His mouth dropped as he looked at the DMV photo. Oh, shit. This is Netta. A strange twist of fate had brought them together. They were destined to be together this night after all. Tone had no idea in this capacity. With Netta fighting for her life, Tone never left her side. He accompanied her to the hospital, inside the ambulance holding her hand the entire time. It was Tone that notified the pound of the brutal assault. Like a concerned lover, Tone waited around with Mimi, Rashida, Fila, and Petey while Netta underwent emergency surgery to stop the internal bleeding. It was Tone who the doctor told the extent of her injuries to.
The operation we performed was successful. We were able to stop the hemorrhaging, which is good news. The bad news is she's not regained consciousness as she went into shock, but her vitals are rapidly improving. I believe she will make it. She's a strong young lady.
They all collectively breathed a sigh of relief as they huddled around the doctor. Their prayers had been answered.
Now let me ask you a question. Who in the hell did that to her, and why?
Asked the doctor, ready to help aid the police in any way possible. That question weighed heavily on everybody's mind. Who could have done this, and why? The only person that could tell them was Netta. Chapter 21. The sanitized smell of hospitals always made Tone a little nauseous. It reminded him of his short stay in the hospital as a kid when a car hit him. However, every day like clockwork, Tone stopped by Maryland General Hospital to check on Netta. She still hadn't gained consciousness and was confined to the intensive care unit. Besides him, Tina was the most consistent visitor. Often, they'd run into each other and he'd stop and chat, then go about their business. Since the first night Netta arrived at the hospital, Mimi hadn't been back. The rest of the pound only dropped by once in a while. They were too busy doing their thing, and Tone looked down on them for that. They wasn't keeping it real with Netta. When he learned about Netta's tragic family situation from Tina, her dead mother, and unknown father, he was determined to be there for her as much as he could. Nobody should be left alone like this. His thoughts were just as true as his intentions. Over the course of the next 3 weeks, Netta's condition steadily progressed. She went from critical condition to serious condition until one day she opened her eyes. Dazed, she came to, even though she was disoriented. For a minute, she thought she was dead. She didn't know where she was. It was so quiet except for the steady hiss of the respirator and other life support machines. She touched cold steel guardrails, still not realizing where she was. She squinted her eyes, trying to adjust her pupils to the bright lights. She looked around, seeing fellow patients lined up in beds to the left and right of her. Then, and only then, did she realize she was in the hospital. Every inch of her body ached. Her head was wrapped in white gauze like a mummy. She had intravenous tubes running into her arm, and when she tried to call for help, her voice sounded dead in her throat. Her vocal cords were weak from lack of use. She noticed a buzzer by her right side. She grabbed it and pushed a button, activating a light outside her room. Netta vaguely remembered Black, and a beating. She was so confused and in need of some answers. Nurse McNeil was a big-boned black woman with a large bosom. She was assigned to the ICU, and it was her who responded to Netta's call. At first, she assumed that this was some family member requesting her presence. Entering the room, Nurse McNeil was shocked to see Netta wide-eyed and conscious. A spiritual woman, she took this miraculous recovery as a sign from God.
Sweet Jesus, praise the Lord,
she joyfully said, making the sign of the cross with her hand over her chest.
How did I get here? How long have I been here? Who brought me here? What's wrong with me?
Netta had 101 questions to ask Nurse McNeil. Answering as best she could, Nurse McNeil gently spoke to her like she was family. She told Netta she had been and beaten within inches of death. Over the last few weeks, it was Nurse McNeil who had become emotionally attached to Netta, tending to her personal needs. She had done everything for Netta, and for Nurse McNeil, it was more than a job or a paycheck. It was her reason for living. Nothing in life gave her more satisfaction than helping another human being.
But how? How? Who brought me here?
By now, Nurse McNeil was sitting on Netta's bed, looking her directly in the eye.
Calm down, child. I told you all that I know,
she said, gently touching her hand.
Lay back and take it easy. I'll go get the doctor for you. He'll be able to tell you anything else you want to know.
Before Nurse McNeil could get out the door, Netta asked her one more question.
Who left me all those balloons and roses? Your boyfriend. He comes by here to sit with you every day. My boyfriend? I ain't got no man,
she thought to herself.
You got a good man there. He must love you an awful lot. He's got a little accent. Sounds like he's from New York. So it was Tone. It had to be. But how did he find me?
Netta wondered. Making his rounds as usual, dropping off drugs, and picking up money, Tone's last stop was the hospital. Armed with a dozen red roses as usual, he came strolling into Netta's room, and boy was he surprised to find her awake and functioning. Oh snap. Yo, when you come out of the coma? He couldn't believe his eyes. He had become so used to seeing Netta incapacitated and heavily medicated.
Dag, don't I get a hello?
She said, giving him her brightest smile, trying her best to look pretty even though she felt ugly. Not even looking in a mirror, she was self-conscious of her appearance. She could feel the cuts and bruises on her lips and head. Yo, sleepyhead, what's up? For the first time in weeks, Netta laughed, and it hurt like hell. Her ribs were fractured, and she didn't even know it. Seeing her wince from the pain, Tone rushed to her side. Yo, you alright? You want me to get a doctor? He asked.
I'm okay. My side hurts,
she said, shaking her head no. Tone sat down in the chair next to her bed. He stared in her face. Damn. She still looked good, even though dude did a number on her, he thought to himself.
The doctor told me that if you had gotten me here a minute later, I might be dead. Thank you,
she said, feeling like a little kid. Yo, don't give me that charge. I ain't no hero. The doctors are the ones you should be thanking.
Whatever, Clark Kent. I'm still thankful for everything you did.
You're welcome, he said.
Tone, tell me something. How did you find me to bring me here?
This was the million-dollar question that Netta needed the answer to. Everything else added up except the role he played. Well, I waited at the restaurant for you over an hour. When you didn't show, Tone went on to recount every last detail that led to their paths crossing that dreadful night. From the strip joint to Peaches and the hotel, to hearing the screams and him and Peaches discovering her bloody body. Tone told her the entire story, overlooking nothing. For the first time in his life, he came clean to a female. Yes, he was in the next room fucking Peaches, and he let her know that. Why shouldn't he? She was in the next room, right? Everything he was saying made her stomach shrink and her breath a little short. She hoped he couldn't see it from the look on her face. Netta had been hoping, more like praying, that he hadn't found her. She could only imagine how she looked. It was then that Netta realized what an angel he was. The average man wouldn't have helped. The average man wouldn't be sitting there right now. Tone, however, had some questions of his own that he wanted some answers to, but he kept them to himself. He figured in time he'd know, and he didn't want to upset her or pressure her, so he changed the subject. Yo, you know Mimi is messing with my cousin, man, right? I bumped into Petey, Fila, and Rashida once or twice coming to visit you, but I don't think Mimi's been back since the night we brought you here. I thought she was your girl.
She's only been back to check on me once.
Netta felt kind of funny that Mimi wasn't there by her side. For sure, Mimi should be seated where Tone was right now. But where was Mimi when she needed her? Netta was always there for Mimi in her times of need. She desperately tried to push the bad thoughts of Mimi out of her mind. But something had to be going on with her. Besides, what could be more important than this? Chapter 22. Netta screamed as she plunged the large hunting knife into Black's chest over and over and over again.
What goes around, comes around, motherfucker!
Popping out of her sleep, she realized she was dreaming again. She looked up at the hospital ceiling. Black was nowhere in the room, only in her dream. This was the same recurring dream she'd been having for the past few nights.
What's the matter, Netta? You had another bad dream about that bad boy?
Asked Nurse McNeil, rushing to her side.
Damn, she must have heard me again talking in my sleep. Yeah,
Netta admitted, a little embarrassed.
I know what that boy did to you is wrong. He hurt you real bad, baby, I know, but you got to let it go. It's human nature to seek revenge. Just remember the 10 Commandments. Thou shalt not kill. The Bible says, vengeance is mine, saith the Lord. Everything has its time, and right now, it's time for you to heal. Not only your body, but also your mind. Live and let live. God will handle this for you if you put it in His hands, I promise you. God will punish him. Don't you even worry about it,
said Nurse McNeil, feeling Netta's pulse while she fed Netta some of her Christian doctrines.
But Nurse McNeil, he tried to kill me. How am I wrong for wanting revenge?
Said Netta, her street mentality alive and well. She lived by the code of the streets, an eye for an eye. See, old habits die hard.
Child, you youngins are so violent these days. Y'all only have faith in what you can't see. God will punish that boy on the day of judgment for the sin he's committed against you. God is the judge of all judges. Remember, Jesus turned the other cheek. Let him be your example, because if you fight fire with fire, you only create a big blaze and everybody will get burned. Everything bad that happens, something good must come out of it. You got to turn a negative into a positive. What good could possibly come from this?
By far, this was the worst situation that life had ever placed her in. Up until now, no matter how life had tossed her, she always managed to land on her feet like a cat with 9 lives. With the help of modern medicine, her injuries would eventually heal. Her psychological well-being was what was at stake. It was up to Netta to cure what ailed her mentally, but she was bent on revenge. For weeks she was recovering. Netta retraced the steps of her life, her struggles, and successes. Even though she grew up with less than most, Netta still felt blessed to be alive, to have survived. Netta's first step to getting her act together was to let it go, like Nurse McNeil said. All the hatred she had in her heart for Black was consuming her. Netta forgave, but she didn't forget. In order to move on, Netta knew it was time for a change. Time for her to make some decisions in order to take her life in a different direction. She had to break away from the streets, the street life, and the life she was so familiar with. She'd have to break away from the game. For the first time in her life, Netta decided to make a conscious effort to do the right thing. But she feared change. She didn't know how to go about changing herself. Change represented, and the unknown was out of her realm of thought. But she knew there was nothing right about her life. It certainly wasn't right the way she used her body to get in a man's pockets either. She didn't even know their last names. Just that they had a couple of dollars. There was nothing right about being a thief or a... And Netta didn't want to be neither of those things anymore. The reality of being thrown in this world with nothing, to have to steal and trick for a living, then be violated the way Black had violated her, was nothing but a mental struggle for Netta's mind. She wanted to change from everything she once was. If she could have a new face, a new name, and move herself to a place where no one knew her, she could change. She could at least hold her head up. But that was only wishful thinking. The truth was, Netta couldn't get a new face and a new name, and she didn't have a new town to move to. She had to face B-more, her past, what she was, and who she wanted to be. She had to face it all. But there was one thing she could change. Netta had Nurse McNeil's granddaughter cut, style, and dye her hair. She did this in her hospital bed, deciding she needed a new look to go along with the new person she was going to be when she was released from the hospital.
Tone, I want to show you something,
Netta said innocently that evening he was visiting. What? He said with a curious smile on his face.
Promise you won't laugh.
Yo, I promise. Now show me, Tone said.
Remember, you promised you wouldn't laugh,
Netta reminded him as she reached her hands in the back of her head and untied the scarf that covered her new hairdo.
Surprise!
She yelled as she snatched off the scarf, revealing her new short curly blonde hairstyle.
You like?
She asked, really needing his approval. I like that. It's definitely you. Now, what you got to show me? Want me to close the curtains so we could get down to the nitty-gritty?
Stop laying around, stupid. I'm serious, yo. I need you to do me a big favor.
What is it now? He asked sarcastically.
I need you to get a real estate agent and sell my house for me. I need you to put my furniture in storage, and I need you to sell my truck.
Why? I thought you loved living in the hood.
I do love my hood, but that ain't the point. Point is, I need to get away from that hood. I need to see life outside the hood. I know this might sound crazy, but all I've ever known is the streets and the game. That shit ain't for me anymore, Tone. You might think that I'm running away from my past, but I'm not. I just want to put a little distance between me now and me back then. This shit has done something to me. I'm a changed person. I'm a different person, and I want everything I do to reflect that change.
I feel you, but I still think you're running away from something. You can't run from your past. It's who you are. Someday, you'll have to face it, and it's better to deal with it now than later. You can run, but you can't hide. Tone was hinting at her drama with that guy who had messed her up. Netta still hadn't told him that guy was black, and he had no idea how prophetic his words would be later on down the line. The doctors were amazed at Netta's speedy recovery and healing powers. The scars and bruises were slowly vanishing from her face and body. With the help of cocoa butter, the wounds would disappear in time. They gave her a clean bill of health and discharged her from the hospital. Before leaving, Netta made her rounds, saying her goodbyes to all the doctors and nurses who helped get her well. She had a particularly long and complicated goodbye with Nurse McNeil. Nurse McNeil had treated Netta like family, like one of her own.
You take my number and you call me, day or night. If you need anything, you call me.
It was time to leave, time to get on with life. She'd come full circle from not knowing what the future held for her to setting goals and planning the rest of her life. The material things she once cherished and damn near died for no longer meant anything. Those things had no value the way they used to. Netta had dreams that she wanted to pursue. She no longer wanted to use her looks or her body. Netta now knew from her long conversations with Nurse McNeil that the physical does indeed fade. Youth and beauty would go into decline long before her mind would. Of course, Tone was there to pick her up when she got released from the hospital. It was an occasion to celebrate. Tone took her to a new condo located just outside the city limits in one of the surrounding counties. Netta's new condo was fully financed by the sale of her row home and Range Rover. Almost everything from her former lifestyle had been sold. The cursed possessions helped comfort a new home. She replaced everything conservatively, and what was left over she put in the bank. After Tone helped Netta settle in her new home, he became a permanent fixture. When he wasn't taking care of business, he was spending every possible moment with her. He took her to register for the fall semester at Catonsville Community College. He held her hand as she walked through the door, telling her she could do it and truly believing she could pass any class they had. Then one day, out of the blue, it happened while they were watching a rented video. They kissed, and before either one realized it, they were making love. Months of pinned-up and raw emotions were released.
I love you,
Netta whispered, snuggled in Tone's arms, and for the first time in her life, she meant it. This wasn't a game she was running to get in his pockets. These were her true feelings. How couldn't she love him? He was her hero. He saved her life, and not a day after that had he left her side. He never once questioned her about what had happened. Tone was the only man for her, and she loved him with all her heart. Yo, have you ever been in love with two females at the same time? Tone hypothetically asked his cousin Man. He turned to him, seeking a sympathetic ear to his current dilemma. But instead, what he got was a voice of reason. Nah, dog, what are you talking about? Man inquired. I'm saying, son, you ever been like in love with one chick, but just love another one too, while you were still in love with the first chick? Asked Tone, explaining the situation as best he could without dropping names. Man was driving down the street. He turned his head and looked at his cousin. Oh, shit. You done f***ed up now. What you gonna tell Sonia? You ain't feeling her no more? See, this was the very reason why Tone stopped seeking Man's advice. He knew Man would speak his mind regardless, whether he liked it or not. Yo, it's not like that. Calm down. You jumping the gun. I love Sonia and all, but I can't lie. I'm in love with Netta, Tone said sincerely. It's just me and her is more compatible than me and Sonia. Netta understands the game, and Sonia claims she understands the game, but she really don't, because when it comes time for her to demonstrate her understanding, she can't. She's too busy nagging me about where I'm at, where I'm going, who I'm with, what time I'll be home. It's a motherfucking headache, and a bunch of silly, stupid ish. I can't make moves without hearing her fucking mouth. Man replied. That shit sound good, but you still dead wrong. It ever dawned on you that she really cares about your monkey? I think you just whipped. Netta got you open. Whipped, huh? Never that. I get too much for that. Well, if it ain't that, then what is it? I'm saying, you've been with Sonia forever. I thought y'all was getting married. Yo, things change and people change. I can't explain how this shit happened, but I can tell you this. It's not about no. It's about compatibility. Me and Netta just vibe better. Oh, so you ain't even hit it yet? Asked Man, being sarcastic. I ain't say all that, did I? I ain't gonna lie on my neither. But I've been feeling honey way before anything ever jumped off. So something was there from the start. It ain't a thing. Whatever, I spoke my piece. You gonna do what you want anyway. But two things for certain and one for sure. Sonia is gonna bog the out when you tell her this. I wouldn't want to be you. And what about that kid that hurt honey? Suppose homeboy come back with some more drama. If that's gonna be your wifey, you gotta hold her down and protect her. Yo, sis might be more trouble than she worth. Think about it. In my opinion, you're making a bad move. It's bad money. How you gonna throw away a sure shot thing for the unknown? Netta could be faking the fronting for all you know, but you need to be a man about this shit and tell Sonia what the is going on as soon as you figure this shit out, and the sooner the better. Tone, you owe her that much, said Man in Sonia's defense. Sonia had been around for 6 years now. 6 years and nothing was wrong. If Tone wanted to throw away 6 years, then let him. Man just didn't understand why. Yeah, you right. I do owe her that, Tone sighed, thinking of having to tell her the truth. Taking Man's advice, he went home immediately to break the news to Sonia and let the chips fall where they may. When he entered a 2-bedroom apartment in Northeast Baltimore, she was on him.
Motherfucker, we need to talk. Where the f*** you been? I ain't seen you in days,
she said as Tone breezed right by her and headed for the bedroom with her right behind him. What we got to talk about? Tone asked as he flopped down on the bed.
About you and me, about us,
she said, standing over top of him, pointing her finger as Tone stared blankly back at her and swallowed hard.
You don't love me like you used to.
The statement hung in the air, and Tone wondered, was it that obvious? Though Sonia was busy focusing on school, she wasn't stupid. She knew Tone was cheating. He was telling on himself by his actions. They weren't having, and Tone was a fiend, so she knew he had to be getting it from somewhere else. While Sonia was laying the foundation for their future, Tone was busy fucking it up. Why you say that? He asked calmly.
What? Why I say what? I'll tell you why I say that. Because your is hardly ever here. You never come home at night anymore. When you do come home, it's daytime, and all you do is sleep the day away anyway. Then you roll out. What type of shit is that? You ain't hustling on the block anymore. You got plenty of workers. So what the f*** is keeping you on the streets like that, Tone? For the past few months, it's been getting worse. Once upon a time, you couldn't keep your hands off me. We used to fuck 3 or 4 or 5 times a day. Now, it ain't even 3 or 4 times a week. Tone, I'm not stupid. Yo, I know you fucking. As much as you love, you got to be. You probably fucking one of those nasty strippers from the Club Eldorados whose matchbooks I keep finding in your pockets.
Tone laid back and didn't say a word. He let her get all the frustration off her chest. He hoped that she'd give him a way out. He didn't have the heart to hurt her. Breaking up was a little more difficult than he imagined.
Tone, you supposed to be my man, but you out here sticking in all these other while I'm in school busting my. This shit got to stop, Tone. Tone, you try to be too many things. You can't play every angle. You can't be a baller, a player, a hustler, and a thug. You just can't. Not if you're my man.
Tone was in a jam. He was torn between what was good for him and what he thought was good for him. Sonia or Netta, A or B. Choose. He felt like he'd lose out on something either way he went. Neither possessed the same qualities, but they both had certain intangibles that he had loved.
Don't just lay there looking stupid. Say something,
She demanded. I need some time alone. I'm tired of being nagged every day. Maybe we need a break from each other.
What the f*** you mean you need some time alone? What you're trying to really say is you want to spend some more time with the mother...
Stop being a coward, Tone, and come out and say it.
She spat. Whatever, man. I'm not going to argue with you, Tone said as he got off the bed and began to gather up some of his things. He was taking the easy way out. He was going out like a sucker. Sonia stood directly in back of him. Her hard stare could have burned a hole in the back of his head.
Tone, if you leave out that door, it's over. Don't come the f*** back, I'm serious.
Her words had no effect on him. Tone continued to stuff his clothes into a duffel bag.
You making a big mistake. Go on, move right in with that. You're going out for hamburger when you got steak at home. What the got that I ain't got? What, she blowing bubbles up your...
See what the I'm saying? It never stops. I come home from the streets to deal with this shit. Nah, we can't even talk anymore. Tone silently snapped as he headed for the door.
So what? It's over. That's it. After all this time, motherfucker, you're gonna cheat on me and it's just over? Get the f*** out, because I'm not kissing you. After everything I've done for you. We came down here together, Tone. Me and you. And we were supposed to stay together.
She said, with tears flowing down her cheeks as she turned her back to him. He stopped for a moment, thinking as the door stared him in the face. Maybe had she ran over to him, begged him, promised not to nag him, and promised to let him do what he wanted to do with whoever he wanted, then maybe he would have dropped his bags. But she didn't run over, and she didn't beg him, and she had only 2 seconds. Instead, she turned her back. Tone slammed the door, walking out on the best thing that ever happened to him. Chapter 23. Why the f*** you keep sniffing all the time? Man questioned as he lay next to Mimi trying to watch television.
How many times I got to tell you, yo? It's fucking springtime and my allergies is acting up.
Mimi was getting better and better at lying and covering up her drug habit. Yo, is that shit contagious?
No, stupid, it's just my allergies.
Mimi insisted. Good. Come here, Man said playfully. Man and Mimi were now a couple. He was serious about her, and she was serious about dope. Man had yet to find this startling revelation out.
The symptoms of her drug abuse were everywhere. The man on his grind, hustling and trying to get his weight up, never paid attention. He only saw home for what he needed to see home for. Mimi was something he just happened to place in his home. Man making money took precedence over everything. That was what he was most focused on. When Mimi would go on her drug binges, which lasted for days, she always had an alibi and a story to feed him. Man unknowingly ate what she gave him, believing her claims that she was spending time with her son. On a mission trying to cop some dope and make it back to the house before Man noticed she stepped out, Mimi combed block after block in search of some good dope. She would have never guessed whose block she'd end up on to find it. Black's. Black was back. His drug business was in full swing, and he was getting money. It was like the old days seeing him on the block again. After spending so many years in prison, he had to make his presence felt again, just in case anybody forgot who he was. Black was overseeing his workers and his product. To him, there was nothing like being on the block. Nothing matched all the drama and the excitement. Black was putting his thing down on 21st and Barkley. The takeover had begun. Mimi didn't even notice him standing there. Too concentrated on copping and getting back home, she was busy focused on who could serve her. Mimi, what's up, yo? Long time no see, Black said, walking up on her from behind.
Black?
She asked, seeing but not believing. It had been so long. The last time she heard about him, he was in jail with no hopes of ever coming home. What, you forgot? Asked Black, thinking of how she used to do her little nasty motions with her legs and lips for him back in the day.
Damn, Black, when you get out of jail?
Asked Mimi, with her cash still balled in her hand. I got out a couple months ago, yo. Maybe she hadn't heard. Didn't she know about Netta? Those were the first thoughts in his mind. What's up with you? What you doing out here? Black asked, playing dumb, trying to throw her into a conversation.
You know, yo,
said Mimi. There was no shame in her game. I know what. You fucking with that thing?
a little something like that. You know how that go.
She said meekly, unable to look him in the eye. Yeah, Black knew how that went. She was on it hard. It happens to the best of them, Black thought to himself. Listen, I need you to take a ride with me, yo. I'll make it worth your while.
You gonna hit me off, yo?
She asked. I got you, yo, Black reassured her.
Alright. I hope this hooks me up with a nice bundle.
Mimi thought. However, Black was on some other type of time. Just as she suspected, the move turned out to be the 52 fake-out. Black drove straight to the nearest hotel. Mimi knew what time it was before she even got in his Jeep. Black's mission was twofold. First and foremost, he wanted to pump her for information about Netta. They had unfinished business. Then he was going to have with her, another measure of revenge against Netta. Once inside the hotel room, Black pulled out a large bundle from his jacket pocket and handed it to her. She immediately began to strip for him. Naked, she sat on the bed, dumping bag after bag into a $20 bill. As she began to snort, Black sat patiently, waiting for the drug to take effect. Then he began to question her. So what's up with you and Netta? He asked, trying to feel her out. Since the incident, Black hadn't seen or heard anything. He knew she had moved. He saw a for sale sign, so he knew she had moved. Just didn't know where.
He needed specific details, and who better to give them to him than Netta's best friend? In between snorts, Mimi came up for air.
Me and Netta don't get down like that no more.
Why? What happened, yo? Asked Black like he was concerned about their friendship.
I'm tired of being that flunky. Netta thinks she's better than everybody. She don't give nobody no credit. You know what I'm saying? I'm tired of her. I'm grown, yo. I don't need nobody telling me what to do. That ain't what's happening no more,
said Mimi, heated over the mention of Netta's name. Netta don't with you 'cause you getting high, Black thought to himself, reading between her lines. I heard she moved.
Yeah, that moved, but don't nobody know where. I guess that's how she wants it. Ever since she came out the hospital, ain't nobody been in contact with her except my mother. Netta is on some real antisocial shit now. She supposedly changed her life and is going to school or some shit. I don't know the whole story, but I know she living with this New York named Tone.
Jealousy and rage filtered over his entire facial expression. If anybody knew how much he hated New Yorkers, it was Netta. He had confided in her the details surrounding his uncle's death and his ill will towards New York and New Yorkers a long time ago. She knew he hated them. How could she fuck with one of them? How? She's sleeping with the enemy. This is the enemy. He really wanted to kill her now. It was disrespectful. It was like she had spit right back in his face. It took every ounce of restraint Black had to keep his cool. He took Netta's relationship with Tone straight to heart. How you know? He asked, picking Mimi's brain, not wanting to believe it was true.
Oh, I'm kinda messing with his cousin, but it ain't nothing serious though,
she said, lifting her face up out of the $20 bill long enough to answer him. Kinda my. Both you are exactly alike. Snakes. If all you dumb and stupid would stop fucking with them New York, they couldn't come down here and take over. Why can't these motherfuckers see that? He wondered as he sat there looking at her in disbelief. Ready to get down to business, Black got up and walked over to Mimi. Standing in front of her, he reached down and pried the dope out of her hand. Now that he had her attention, he unzipped his pants and Mimi began performing something she had gotten good at over the years. Mimi never once thought about the fact that he used to f*** her girlfriend. Black took the back of her head and held it down. The more she tried to breathe, the more he tried to make her. Black did Mimi dirty and f***ed her just as he had Netta, except he didn't beat her. No, he had big plans for Mimi. He needed her. Every time a thought of Netta went through his mind, he became engulfed with rage. He cursed himself for not killing her when he had the chance. This time, he would devise a plan to get rid of her once and for all. If he could kill her boyfriend in the process, then so be it. Black's plan centered around Mimi. She was the pawn to be sacrificed in the game to get to the queen, Netta. As the weeks passed, Black kept Mimi close. Adhering to the old saying, keep your friends close and your enemies closer, he earned Mimi's trust by feeding her dope. The whole time, though, he was brainwashing her, feeding her constant game. Then one day, Mimi came crying to him about something man had done. Black had her right where he wanted her.
Black, he smacked me.
Mimi sobbed as she sat in a reclining chair in the hotel. Who smacked you, yo? Where he at? Black asked, faking concern.
Man, he said his man see me in your car.
It was true. Mimi was spending more time with Black and less at home with Man. Out of frustration, Man slapped her. He wasn't stupid. He knew he was being lied to, and he knocked the shit out of her because he was tired of her games. See, Mimi, I told you about them New York, yo. All that them do is use y'all up and go back home to their real girlfriends. Black was playing on Mimi's vulnerability. Mimi was more angry than physically hurt. Man was now on her shit list along with Netta. They were gonna get theirs if she could help it. Listen, you know I always liked you, yo. I wanted to get with you first, but Netta threw herself at me, and I didn't want to hurt her feelings. When you just told me that shit about that New York hitting you, I wanted to kill that yo. But don't worry about it, yo. I'm gonna get that for you, said Black, hugging Mimi in his arms. Mimi's face lit up like a Christmas tree. She grinned up at Black.
This for real. He really cares about me.
She was flattered he'd hold her down. Mimi, can't you see that he's using you? He's going to use you up and throw you away. He's got a girl in New York. You just his plaything, yo. You never be his main girl, no matter what that tells you. Black paused to let his words take effect. Mimi, if you cut that off, it'll be me and you. I swear. Mimi had a crush on Black for 5 years now. Ever since she first laid eyes on him that night at the club, she was attracted to him. His name, his power, his mystique, and his money had poor Mimi like putty in his hands.
You promise I'll be your girl?
She cheerfully asked. I promise, yo. Straight like that. It'll just be me and you the way it should have been a long time ago.
I want you to get that motherfucker back for hitting me,
said Mimi, demanding Black represent. I'll do anything for you, Mimi, said Black, kissing her, as his master plan echoed through his brain. Stop. This is what we're gonna do. When Man goes to re-up, Black began, as he conspired with Mimi, drilling the plan in her head over and over again, coaching her until she had it mapped out. Black sent Mimi back to Man, with his master plan exploding in her brain. Do whatever you gotta do to make up with him. You got to get back in good with him if this shit is gonna work. He didn't care about her. All he cared about was revenge. It took Mimi 2 weeks to get back in. Man had her in the doghouse. Had she not been so beautiful or so good, he wouldn't have fallen for the okie doke. But he did, and now it was too late. Chapter 24. Running late, Man almost overslept. He hastily packed his travel bag. Inside the bag, he placed a couple of outfits on top to cover up his perfectly placed stacks of dough. He was going to New York to re-up as he did every third week of the month. Mimi laid across the king-size bed, flashing her sad puppy dog eyes.
Why can't I go? You said I can go with you next time.
Man ignored her. He had a bus to catch. He was looking forward to partying in New York tonight. Man didn't want Mimi tagging along, messing up his plans. Yo, don't start no shit right now. I ain't trying to miss my bus. I told you this was a business trip, not a fucking shopping trip.
I'm going to Cop and Bob. I'll be back tomorrow.
Why, you afraid I might see something you don't want me to see like your other girl?
Mimi pecked. Yeah. Whatever you say. I ain't the one disappearing for nights at a time or being spotted in other rides. Don't think I forgot. I ain't never seen a broad get ghost like you. No calls, no beeps, no nothing. Shit, I don't even know if you're alive or dead.
I thought we talked about that already,
said Mimi, sucking her teeth.
You said you forgave me. For the 1000th time, I told you I was spending time with my son. I did have a life before I met you.
I ain't trying to hear that shit, yo. I did forgive you, but I ain't forget nothing. You'll start bringing your shorty over here for a change.
I don't bring my son around other men. That ain't cool. Anyway, when you gonna take me to New York to meet your mother, huh? Or was you just gassing my head up?
I'm only introducing wifey to my moms. Soon as you start playing your part, I'll take you. Till then, stay here, said man, zipping up his travel bag. Mimi was pissed.
See, that's the reason right there your motherfucking is gonna get it,
thought Mimi. She started to say something foul, but she held her tongue. All the things that Black told her went running through her mind.
This really is playing me.
She didn't forget about him slapping her either. The sound of the loud cab horn interrupted their conversation. Man went over to the window and yelled out to the driver. With his back turned, Mimi reached into his bag and removed his driver's license. Man turned around and grabbed his bag. Heading out, he slammed the door without saying another word to Mimi. Mimi hollered as soon as she heard the door close. Then she called Black. Anticipation was a motherfucker. Remember, do what I told you, yo, he said, hanging up the phone. Black went straight to the bathroom. The thoughts of what he was about to do heightened him, giving his adrenaline a rush. All his 007 shit with Mimi had paid off. He had her acting like a spy for the past 3 weeks, gathering information about man's coke stash. Black turned to his little brother, Stink. Come on, yo. It's time to take care of these New York, yo. You ready? I was born ready, a hyped Stink replied. This was the moment he'd been waiting for. He'd been wilding out while Black was in prison, basically living off his brother's reputation. Stink wanted to prove his thoroughness to Black by putting in work. He wanted to show his big brother that he could go just as hard as he could. He wanted to catch a body, bad. Arriving late for his scheduled departure, man was mad. Now he had to push his plans back somewhat since he wouldn't be in New York as soon as he had expected. Paying for his bus ticket, he suddenly realized he didn't have his driver's license and he never traveled without it. Man feared getting stopped and being harassed by the police on a humbug. Not having any ID was an excuse for them to search him and f*** with him. Man walked to the public phones that lined the Greyhound terminal wall. He dialed the number to the house. The phone just rang and rang with no answer. Where the f*** did that go that quick? Man was really hot now. Just as he was about to catch a cab back home, Mimi pulled up across the street in his Lexus. The familiar horn sound in midair caught man's attention. He looked to see his Lexus and Mimi waving his license. As he dodged the heavy afternoon traffic to get across the street, Mimi made a strange move. She drove up into the parking garage. Why the f*** is this going in there? Man thought as he followed on foot behind her.
See how much I love you, yo?
Mimi affectionately stated as man jumped into the car.
I broke my neck getting down here to give this to you.
Mimi handed him his driver's license. Yo, good looking out, ma. Where you even find this shit at?
On the side of the bed. You probably dropped it when you was rushing,
said Mimi as she drove deeper into the parking garage. She was looking for a nice quiet spot to park. Yo, why you pull up in here? Why you just saying double park on the street?
Relax, I want to talk to you. Besides, you already missed your bus.
As the shiny gold Lexus coupe passed by, Black and Stink ducked down in their hoopty. Good going, Mimi. It's on now. Ain't no turning back, thought Black as he watched her park between two vans. Switching off the ignition, she turned to Man.
I'm sorry for bugging you like that, Sho, but we shouldn't part on bad terms. We should talk it out and get it off our chests.
Yo, that be you starting the bullshit. Why do you hate for me to go back home so much?
It ain't that. It's just that I be missing you when you go,
she said sweetly. Yeah, well, show me how much you're gonna miss me. His one-track mind was always working overtime. Since he missed his bus, might as well have some fun, and Man knew Mimi would be game. Mimi hit a lever on the steering column and raised the wheel. She adjusted her body so she could comfortably give Man. She began to feverishly work her. Man closed his eyes and enjoyed himself. Sliding out their hoopty, Black and Stink quietly crept up on him. Approaching the car with guns drawn, Stink took the driver's side and Black took the passenger side. Caught with his pants down, Man never saw them coming. Simultaneously, they snatched the doors open, which Mimi had conveniently left unlocked for them. Man stared in horror down the barrel of Black's .45 Auto Magnum. Get the f*** out the car, Stink ordered, pulling a handful of Mimi's hair with her head attached. Aight, Cho, fun time is over. Pull up your f***ing pants, yo, and get the f*** out the car, Black commanded of Man. Maybe Man was moving too slow, or maybe he looked at Black too hard or too long. Whatever the case, Black hauled off on him and clubbed him in the head with the gun. Instantly, a gash opened up the skin on Man's forehead. Black then dragged Man out of the car and threw him on the oil-stained pavement. His violent hatred for New Yorkers surfaced swiftly. Stink joined in the act, viciously smacking Mimi in the head. "You nasty Stink," he growled.
This wasn't part of the plan. What part of the game is this?
Mimi thought to herself as she found herself on the receiving end of some hard slaps.
What the f*** is he doing, and why is Black letting him?
Dazed and lying on his back, Man looked up from the ground. "Hey yo, what the f***, B?" Black put a knee in his chest and his pistol to his forehead. "Be this, motherfucker. This ain't no f***ing game, yo. Do what the f*** I say and you'll live. Don't, and you'll die. Now where's the money at?" Black was dying for him to make a move and do something stupid so he could kill him. His eye twitched nervously as he tried to control his murderous rage. This wasn't the time or the place, and Black had no intention of going back to jail. "Yo, it's in the car," Man said, squeezing out breath from the knee still in his chest. "The money's in the car, yo!" Black yelled to Stink as he lifted his weight off Man's chest, still holding the gun to his head. Stink shoved Mimi to the side and reached in the car and grabbed a travel bag and joined Black on the other side of the car. Together, they turned Man over and duct-taped his hands and feet. Lastly, they blindfolded and gagged him. Working quickly, as time was of the essence, Black gave Stink the signal, and he went in and got the hoopty. Man figured this wasn't no ordinary robbery. He was being kidnapped. Mimi played her part well, a little too well for Black's liking. He saw her giving Man with the same intensity she used on him the previous night. This must be crazy if she thinks she's gonna be my girl. Black winked at Mimi as Stink pulled the car up. Together, they lifted Man up and threw him in the trunk of the car. They sped off, having gotten what they came for. Now that Black had kidnapped Man, his other problem was what to do with Mimi. She was a potential witness or co-defendant. Either way, Black wanted to get rid of her, but he figured he still might need her. So for the time being, he let her live. But later on, he planned on doing the world a favor by killing them all. The phone noisily rang as Netta woke from her sleep to answer it. She reached over and grabbed it before it could ring again.
Hello?
I should have killed you when I had the chance. Netta froze as the words echoed through the handset. She knew exactly who it was. Her heart raced as she listened to the voice on the other end. You fucking traitor. You switched sides, huh? Now you taking New York. What? Be more ain't good enough for you no more? Thought you could get away from me, yo? Huh, Netta? Well, I'm back. Tell your man I got his peoples, and y'all gonna find him when y'all smell him.
Why you keep fucking with me, yo? Why won't you leave me alone? Almost killing me wasn't enough for you? What else you want? Your money?
Netta asked, trying not to piss him off. Your life.
Well, take it, motherfucker. What's anybody else got to do with it?
Netta pleaded. These New York, yo. Don't ask me what motherfuckers got to do with it. They involved with you. So fucking with you, they all fucked up 'cause you fucked with me. You gonna wish you never met me, yo. Black's voice was a rude awakening from a peaceful sleep. The dreams of sleep were now the nightmare of reality. A heavy sleeper, Tone slept right through all the noise from the brief conversation.
Tone? Tone! Tone, wake up!
Netta screamed, nudging him out of his sleeping position. What, baby? He asked, rolling over, taking his arm and reaching for her body.
They got Man!
The cops, Tone said, popping up like a jack in a box.
Black! Black!
Netta replied, bowing her head. Tone was wide awake now. With one phone call, Netta's peace was broken. Having moved on with her life, she had tried to forget about Black, but there was no rest for the weary. Black wouldn't leave well enough alone until she was dead. For the first time in her life, Netta was happy and in love. She had Tone, and she certainly was moving on with her life. Completing the 360-degree turnaround, Netta had enrolled in college and was pursuing a degree in physical therapy. Just when she was getting herself together, life seemed to take a drastic turn. If it couldn't get worse, it damn sure couldn't get no better. Her past had just about caught up with her. She knew the saying, you could run, but you can't hide. Sure enough, she had been found. Chapter 25. Tone was in a state of shock. He couldn't believe Man was kidnapped. The first thing he did was call his aunt's house in the Bronx to see if Man had gotten there. Maybe Black was bluffing, trying to scare them, but it turned out he wasn't. His aunt told him she hadn't seen him yet. Careful not to arouse any suspicion, Tone conversed about family for a few minutes before hanging up. The next call he made was to Man's apartment, and Mimi answered.
Hello.
Hey, where's my cousin? Tone asked, not playing any games.
They said if I told anybody or called the cops, they would kill him.
Say Mimi, stuttering to make drama. How many of them was it? Tone asked, followed by a series of questions. What did they look like? Where did they snatch him at? Continuing to blitz her with question after question, looking for answers, looking for inconsistencies in the story, hoping to catch her in a lie. Hoping to figure out what went wrong, Tone didn't let up.
Calm down, Tone. You talking too fast, yo. Let me tell you what happened.
Mimi told him everything that happened and how. She told him everything but the truth.
I couldn't see their faces. They had on hoodies, and I wasn't trying to get killed staring at them too long.
You alright? They ain't do anything to you, right?
I'm okay. I'm just scared they're gonna do something to Man, yo.
Mimi sobbed. Yo, don't worry about Man. He be alright. Just stay in the house and wait for me to call you back. Tone hung up the phone. His gut feeling told him something wasn't kosher. Her story smelled fishy. He could understand the kidnappers telling her not to call the police, but why didn't she call him? Surely they wanted some ransom money. Abduction and kidnapping wasn't an accident. It was planned. Man had been targeted, but for what reason? Tone didn't have a clue. To understand the situation, Tone had to investigate the past. Netta's past. He planned on starting with Mimi, as she was a mystery to him. All he knew about the chick was that her and Netta used to be tight, and for some reason they fell out. Tone had seen her maybe a handful of times, and from experience, he knew that Netta didn't like talking about Mimi. In the past, Tone had respected that, but now he needed to know certain things. Like who the hell had called and told Netta in the first place. As soon as she was out of the shower, he was going to question her extensively. Across town in a dirty, dark basement, Man was blindfolded, gagged, and tied to a chair. He was still woozy from the bumpy ride in the trunk over to the stash house. Through the vent, he could hear the voices of his abductors. You should let me slump her, yo, or at least let me go get her and bring her back here just to keep an eye on her. Suppose that start running her mouth, yo. I got this. Let me worry about her. We gonna use Mimi to get to Netta. Then she gonna get hers too, yo, in due time, just like the rest of them. We got to be smart about this. I ain't trying to go back to the penitentiary. If I get knocked for another body, they're gonna put me under the jail. Man couldn't believe his ears. They had just implicated Mimi in his kidnapping. He swore up and down if he ever got out of that chair, he'd kill her himself. Go downstairs and check on him while I take care of something. From the basement, Man could hear footsteps fade and the front door slam. Then he heard a loud whistle and the scratching sounds of dog paws, followed by more footsteps on the creaky wooden basement steps. Stink and his dog flew down the stairs and into the basement. Gator, Stink's light brown pit bull terrier with his massive head, was a ferocious dog bred to fight and kill. Had Man gotten a glimpse of Gator, he would have probably shitted on himself. Watch him, Gator, watch him, Stink whispered to his dog. Gator looked intensely at Man and snarled, revealing rows of razor-sharp teeth. Sit, Stink commanded, then launched a verbal tirade at Man. We let y'all come down here and get money, yo, and what y'all do? Y'all try to take over. Now what type of shit is that? Asked Stink, throwing his arms out in the air. Man said nothing. He couldn't since his mouth was gagged. This cat got a personal beef with New York for real. Keep it real. Y'all live better down here in B-more than you do up there in the big city. Cause if y'all niggas didn't, yo, then why the f*** is there so many of y'all motherfuckers down here, huh? As Stink talked to Man, he began to pace the floor right in front of him. He grew madder and madder, just thinking about the New York invasion of Baltimore. Frustrated, Stink raised his hand and slapped the shit out of Man. The force of the blow almost knocked Man and the chair over. Gator reacted to the loud ringing sound by standing to attention, ready to attack. Sit, Gator, he directed his dog, then continued with Man. Y'all New York is out here getting my money. Y'all fucking with my... He went on, and it was around this time Man gave up hope of coming out of this alive. Netta stepped out of the bathroom in a fluffy white Victoria's Secret. She walked into the bedroom to find Tone lost in his thoughts. He was sitting on the edge of his bed, his chest bare, wearing only a pair of boxers and socks, looking straight ahead at a blank empty wall.
Hold your head, boo. Everything will be alright,
Netta said, doing her best to raise Tone's spirits. There was no response. Lost in his train of thought, he forgot he had been waiting to question her. Now it was time. Yo, what up with Mimi, yo?
Mimi?
Netta questioned, somewhat confused. She hadn't given her much thought since the hospital. She knew that friends test each other, but what Mimi did was totally inexplicable. Her sudden disappearance was unexplainable, and Netta couldn't figure it out to save her life. Yeah, Mimi. I need you to tell me the 411 on her. How does she get down? I talked to Sis while you were in the shower, and she sounded a little shaky. Word. I don't know for sure, but I'm willing to bet Mimi got something to do with this. She's lying, I could tell. It's something about her that ain't right. Word to my mother.
Mimi? I don't see her doing anything like this, yo. I mean, why would she? She doesn't need the money. Her twin brothers and her father used to get money. I know for a fact her family still got paper.
What's her story then? What type of person is she? Tone asked, pressuring Netta for some background information.
She's a club-hopping party girl, a gold digger,
Netta said bluntly.
But that's still my girl no matter what. I love her to death, Tone. Mimi gets a little emotional at times, and when it comes to men, she could be real gullible. Mimi and me go way back.
Netta took an unwanted trip down memory lane, telling Tone how she and Mimi met and became tight. She told him about all the drama they'd been through, and then she told him about the pound. Her life was an open book to him. Netta exposed herself knowing that this conversation would either bring them closer together or rip them apart. But she told him the truth. There was no getting around it. Tone laid there, non-judgmental, which for a man was hard because of the ego factor. With a stoic look on his face, he continued to pay close attention to every word she spoke. He wasn't shocked or surprised at the things Netta was saying. He just couldn't believe she was so damn devious. The men, the money, and the lifestyle she spoke of put him in a reverie as he took her words in. See, there is a flip side to every coin, just as there is a flip side to the game, and Tone had no choice but to understand Netta. Everybody had to eat, and everybody had to make a living, some way, somehow, and he had skeletons in his closet too. Plenty of things he had done in the game that he wasn't proud of, and he had no intentions of talking about them either, with anyone, ever. At least Netta had the courage to tell him and trust him with her life. Lord knows Tone had done plenty of dirt. Matter-of-factly, was still doing it.
After all that we've been through, you'd think Mimi would have been there for me like I was there for her. I couldn't help but feel some kind of way about that, 'cause when the shoe was on the other foot, I was there for her every fucking time,
Netta declared. Yo, if y'all were that close, why you and Mimi stop kicking it?
That's a good question. Only Mimi knows the answer to that one.
Yo, there's one more thing I need to ask you, Tone said seriously.
What?
Is the that got my cousin the same who beat you like that? Tone asked the question, figuring he might as well get all the information from Netta while the getting was good.
Black?
Responded Netta. The Black. The Black? Not the Black from West Baltimore, thought Tone. There was over 1 million blacks in Baltimore, but only one Black. His name and reputation preceded itself. He was a living legend. Even though Tone was from New York, he was still rolling in Baltimore, and he certainly knew who he was. People on the street would speak Black's name with reverence and fear. It was as if he were some kind of superhero who had the power to single-handedly drive every New York drug clique out of Baltimore. I heard that was in jail for killing his man, Tone stated, questioning fact or fiction.
He's out. Trust me. That's what everyone else thought till he hit the bricks.
Yo, why that do you like that? What, you shitted on him or something? Tone asked, always wanting to know what was behind the attack on Netta.
Something like that. I robbed him,
Netta said, admitting the truth. Tone just stared at her. He remembered the night he found her. How would he ever forget that?
I ain't saying I did or didn't deserve what he done to me. I did take $200,000 from that, so I guess I got what was coming to me. You know what comes around goes around. That's the game, and I took what he gave me.
But what I can't figure out is, what do me and my cousin got to do with all this shit? Or is Black just bugged out on some jealous shit? What? He think me and you is in cahoots and that you broke me off a piece of his loot or something? Asked Tone, puzzled. Netta sat there thinking when suddenly the answer hit her.
Black hates New Yorkers. Ever since his Uncle Briscoe got killed in Spanish Harlem, he just automatically started hating New Yorkers,
she said, pacing the floor as her mind quickly scrambled. For Tone, though, his mind wasn't scrambled. He had some answers and some understanding. She robbed him for $200,000? Tone sat still as he looked at Netta, never thinking that of her. She took a seat in the chair across from him and began apologizing. He tried to kill her, and now he must be coming back to finish what he started. Thoughts of the malevolent night filtered through his head. And since I'm with her now, and I'm a New Yorker, he took my cousin.
What are you thinking?
Asked Netta, looking at Tone, breaking his concentration. I'm thinking, if he could do what he did to you in the hotel room, it's no telling what he'll do to my cousin, he said, hurting for man, yet still unable to put his finger on Mimi's role in all of this. You ever set anybody up before? He asked Netta, expecting to hear the unexpected.
No, never. I ain't get down like that. I would never set anybody up. I'm a lot of things, but I'm not that. Don't ask me why I did what I did to Black, because I don't have an excuse. I guess I didn't love him, and I used him, and I live with it for the rest of my life. Please know that. And know that I'd never do anything to hurt you. I just wouldn't. I love you, Tone,
she said, hoping he wasn't upset with her. Nah, that's not where I'm getting at, Tone sharply replied.
Then what are you trying to say?
Asked Netta, jumping up out of her seat, ready to pace again. I'm trying to say that Black had to have somebody help him kidnap man. Somebody close to man in order to set him up, said Tone, thinking logically like the Libra he was.
Well, I don't think it was Mimi. I don't think she's capable of anything like this.
Yo, you don't know that for sure. People change. But I know this. What's done in the dark will certainly come to light.
You right about that one. I'ma call a few people to find out what Mimi's been doing,
said Netta, opening up the night table drawer for her phone book. Yeah, you do that. Because you don't know your girlfriend like you think you do. She's not right, Tone said to himself, thinking about his conversation with Mimi earlier. He was willing to bet his life Mimi had something to do with this. For Tone, it was hard to imagine things getting any worse than this. But they would. Netta dug out her black book and dug into her past. She was conducting a thorough investigation. One by one, she called the original members of the Pound, whom were all surprised to hear from her.
Yeah, Netta, she said you said f*** us. You don't love us. You don't need us. We need you,
Petey confessed.
I ain't know what the deal was with you, yo. She was saying some pretty foul shit about you.
Although her friends couldn't tell her over the phone, Netta was visibly upset. They couldn't see the anguish in her face or the hurt in her eyes, nor could they feel the pain in her heart. Netta couldn't believe Mimi hated on her like that, and for no reason. But the worst was yet to come. Rashida dropped a bomb on her.
I'ma keep it real with you, Netta. I don't want to be the bearer of bad news or backbite Mimi, but girlfriend is out there, yo. She's sniffing that diesel like crazy.
Netta was speechless. She would never have guessed that Mimi was getting high. Mimi knew how she felt about junkies and crackheads.
I've been wanting to tell you, but nobody could get in contact with you. Damn, baby girl, you should have been called so I could have had told you what was going on.
Still skeptical, Netta couldn't believe it.
Sheeta, how you know about Mimi? Are you sure? Let me put it to you like this. Some approached me on some old bullshit. Straight up, like 3 or 4 different asked me, could they on me like we did on your friend Mimi? They said their whole crew for a bundle of dope, and Mimi let them. I also heard some got her on videotape, freaking her out. Camera all up her and everything. It's terrible. It's really bad, girl. Damn, where you been? I knew you ain't know what was going on.
Netta was silent. There was no words that she could muster out of her mouth at that moment. This news was unbelievable.
People see her standing on dope lines with toilet paper hanging out her nose. And you not gonna believe nothing else I say because you don't believe what I'm trying to tell you right now,
said Rashida, wanting Netta to brace herself for the clincher.
What? What else is there?
Questioned Netta as if it could get no worse.
I saw her riding around with Black not too long ago in a black Jimmy,
Rashida finally concluded. This was a startling revelation, not to mention disturbing to say the least. It added insult to injury. Netta couldn't believe Mimi would cross her like that. Slowly, she began to realize that Tone was right. Mimi was involved in man's abduction.
That! How could she f*** with him? He damn near killed me!
That was the straw that broke the camel's back. Mimi had crossed the line. Friends don't f*** behind their friends. Certain things are off limits, and ex-boyfriends were definitely one of them.
You were right,
said Netta, hanging up the phone. She looked at Tone. After everything she had told him, this seemed the hardest to say.
They say she's getting high, and she'd have seen her riding in Black's Jeep a few weeks ago.
Yo, I knew it. She's with Black, huh? Tone said as he jumped off the bed and began pacing the floor. He was stressing. Yo, you think Black is holding man for some ransom money?
Nah, he don't need your money. Black is paid, Joe.
She couldn't bring herself to tell him what she was really thinking. Man was a goner, if not already. She hoped for the best, but expected the worst. Netta was anxious to bring some closure to all this drama. In her heart, she knew this was far from over. She knew Tone would retaliate whether man was dead or alive. Revenge was the law of the land. Back at the stash house, Black sat at a tiny kitchen table mixing a lethal concoction together. "What the fuck is that you doing?" Stink asked as he hovered over his big brother's shoulder. "It's a hot shot, yo. Battery acid and dope," said Black. "What you gonna do with it?" Stink asked, prying some more. "I'm about to finish the game, yo. I'm gonna kill that New York man and that dope fiend Mimi with this," he said, stopping what he was doing to give his brother a devilish grin. Stink was more than a little disappointed with the method Black chose for murder. He wanted to kill man gangster style, shoot him to death, and watch him bleed. Black busied himself bagging up the hot shot and cooking up the other half in a mayonnaise top over a low flame on the stove. When that was done, Black went back to the table and into his jacket pocket, pulling out an old, filthy, hypodermic needle he'd found in an alley. He drew up some water from a puddle in the sink, squirting it to make sure the needle worked. Satisfied, he drew up 50 cc's of his poison potion, then cautiously cradled the needle in his hand as he headed toward the basement door. This should be enough to kill him, thought Black. The sounds of footsteps coming down the basement stairs awoke man from his nap. Alerted and aware he had company, man listened to the two sets of footsteps closing in on him. What are these jokers up to now, man thought as he felt a pair of hands roughly rolling his sleeve up. Panicked, he began shifting his weight from side to side in the chair, trying to prevent them from doing whatever they were trying to do. "Stink, hold this motherfucker down," hollered Black. Securely fastened to the chair, man wasn't much of a match for Stink. He bear-hugged him to keep him still. It wasn't till the needle stabbed man in the right arm did he know what was happening. This was it. Man felt it through his veins. Black squeezed every drop of poison out of the needle. It quickly entered man's bloodstream and raced straight towards his heart. Man's insides were on fire as he began to sweat profusely, going into violent convulsions. Man tipped his chair over, desperately trying to scream and free himself. Black and Stink backed up and watched him squirm around the floor until he no longer moved. Within minutes, man was dead, and a sick smile spread across Black's face. Late that night, they dumped man's body in Druid Hill Park in West Baltimore. The next day, a morning jogger spotted man's body in some bushes and notified the authorities. The Baltimore Sun newspaper carried a small article. The headline read, "New York man found dead in Druid Hill." Tone happened to be reading the paper when he came across the article. "Yo, I'ma kill that. Word to my mother. I don't care where I see that or who he's with." Tone took the news hard. It began to affect his thought process, causing him to think reckless regardless of the consequences. "You know where that lives at?" he demanded to know. Netta merely shook her head no. She helplessly watched him pace the bedroom floor endlessly. No words came to mind that could relieve his stress. What about his mother? You know where that lives? Tone asked crazily. Again, Netta shook her head no. It hurt to see Tone go crazy right before her very eyes. Tone was bitter and mad at the world. He felt directly responsible for man's death. In his mind, it was all his fault. If only he had left man in New York, this wouldn't have happened. Tone swore on his life he would avenge his cousin's death. He knew the only way to deal with a beast like Black was with violence. Slay or be slain, the only thing power respects is power. Unable to face his family, Tone stayed down in Baltimore after sending man's body back to the Bronx. He knew that they would blame him for what happened. Tone couldn't bear to face them till he took care of Black. At least his mind would be at ease knowing he had handled his business. Then and only then could he deal with whatever the family had to say. Tone put the word out on the street that he was going back to New York for good, as if he didn't want any more trouble. He let everybody think that he was soft so that Black would drop his guard. In reality, he was on a murder mission and wanted nothing more than to find Black. Netta temporarily put her life on hold for Tone. Though he never blamed her, she felt personally responsible for what had happened. Netta watched Tone sink deeper and deeper into depression and revenge. She tried to console him. She loved him so much. She wanted him to know that he wasn't alone and his pain was her pain. Netta never loved any man the way she loved Tone, and Tone was about to test that love.
I love you,
she said passionately. Do you really love me? He asked.
No doubt, Tone. I died for you,
she said, meaning every word. Damn, that's deep. Would you kill for me? He asked right back. Netta just stared at him. There was no need in wondering what he was talking about. He was going to let her know. I need you to take care of something.
What?
Netta asked, not sure if she wanted to know. Kill Mimi. You know she set up my little cousin, right? She set up my little cousin to get murdered. Kill her, said Tone coldly. He had just asked her to commit the ultimate crime, the ultimate sin. And as crazy as it sounded, Netta actually was contemplating it. Though her new life was nice, she never had fully grown accustomed to it. Netta still had the same street mentality in her she always had. Old habits do die hard. Netta thought long and hard about the question Tone placed in front of her. Kill Mimi. Kill Mimi. Kill Mimi. His words echoed in her brain. Netta thought about everything. All she had been through. All she had done. For everything it was worth. She didn't know if she could risk it all in the name of love or in the name of Tone. Chapter 26. Sitting in the living room, in total darkness, Mimi was high as a kite flying next to clouds. Nodding, saliva was running out the corners of her mouth. She was drowning in her emotions, feeling helpless.
Oh my God, what have I done?
She asked, after finding out what happened to man.
It wasn't supposed to go down like that. They weren't supposed to kill him.
She thought to herself. No, things had gone too far. Black's scheme had brought about consequences she never imagined. Death. Paranoid, Mimi was living on the edge of reality, not caring about anything but her next high. Going into seclusion, she avoided everybody. She feared for her life, so she stayed clear of Black. After all, he killed Ty, Man, and God knows who else. Mimi stayed confined in the same apartment she once shared with Man, only going out to cop her dope. She refused to answer the phone or the door. In her trance-like state, Mimi never heard the apartment door quietly open and shut. She never saw the perpetrator advance toward her in the darkness. Suddenly the lights clicked on. Mimi's heart skipped a beat, scared. She thought Black had finally tracked her down. She tried snapping out of her drug-induced stupor, but her droopy eyelids struggled to open as her pupils tried adjusting to the light. She squinted and blinked till she focused her vision. By this time, a dark, blurry figure dressed in all black was standing over top of her, clutching a snub-nosed .38.
Mimi?
Netta questioned as she stood above her, unsure of her target. She couldn't believe how bad Mimi looked. There were rings around her eyes like she hadn't slept in days. Her hair was unkempt and wild, and her nose was caked up and crusted with snot, boogers, and dope.
Netta?
Mimi slurred as she recognized the sound of a friend's voice. Ashamed, she never wanted Netta to see her like this. She continued.
How you get here? Don't worry about how. Look at you. Why's you f***ing with that shit?
Asked Netta, still holding the house keys Tone had gotten from the coroner when he identified Man's body.
I don't know.
Mimi mumbled. Embarrassed, her chin was glued to her chest. To see her in this condition hurt Netta more than Mimi's betrayal. Her girl was hooked on dope. She took pity on Mimi and suddenly began to have second thoughts about killing her.
Why did you set up Man, yo? What did he ever do to you?
Sobbing, she answered.
He slapped me.
She said, sounding like a spoiled brat, sounding like her answer was justifiable.
Black pumped me up to do it. He tricked me. They was just supposed to bank Man, beat him up, but they kidnapped him. They killed him.
Didn't you know that Black was the one who tried to kill me? And even if you didn't know, how could you f*** with him? That's some trifling shit. Damn, Mimi. You were supposed to be my best friend. How could you?
This was supposed to be easy. In and out. Point and shoot. No rapping. Just do what you gotta do, according to Tone. He never took into account their friendship, their bond, because he never recognized them having one. This made the task more difficult. Mimi wasn't a stranger. She was a friend.
I'm sorry, Netta. I swear I didn't know Black did that to you.
Not knowing wasn't a good enough excuse for Netta. She raised a gun to Mimi's head and with her hand on the trigger began to tremble uncontrollably. She couldn't pull it. Netta's mind was playing tricks on her.
Do it. Don't do it. Do it. Don't do it. She's your friend. Do it. The is a snake. Do it for Tone. He loves you.
Voices echoed in Netta's head, battling back and forth. Netta thought she was going crazy. She lowered the gun.
Don't kill me, Netta. I love you.
Please don't kill me,
said Mimi, capitalizing on Netta's indecisiveness.
Why, Mimi? Why?
Why'd you tell Rashida and them those lies about me? Why'd you cross me like that, yo?
Remorseful, Mimi began to cry.
Netta, you always picked men over me. First it was Major, then Black, then Tone. You let all them come between us. Netta, can't you see that I love you?
Asked Mimi, tears streaming down her face.
What the f*** are you talking about? You so f***ing high off that shit. You don't even make sense. I was always there for you. Always there for you, Mimi.
This was an emotional moment. Sluggishly, Mimi struggled to her feet while Netta watched her a few feet away. Stumbling, Mimi made her way over to Netta. When she reached her, she hugged and kissed her softly on the cheek.
I'm sorry. I didn't mean to hurt you. I was jealous,
said Mimi. She hugged Netta again, kissing her other cheek, then quickly, Mimi moved from Netta's cheek to her lips, kissing her on her lips as she forcefully stuck her tongue in Netta's mouth. Stunned, Netta was caught off guard. She reacted by violently pushing Mimi off of her.
What is wrong with you, Mimi?
She asked, wiping her mouth.
What's wrong with you?
I love you, Netta. I've been in love with you since the day we first met. Remember when we met on the bus?
Asked Mimi, regaining her balance.
Motherfucker, I'm not,
said Netta as she spit on the floor.
Damn, I can't believe you.
Netta couldn't believe that Mimi came on to her. She remembered all the times they shared the room when they were growing up, all the times she got undressed, all the little moments they had shared. Netta leveled her gun, taking aim at Mimi's head. She squinted one eye, using the gun sight to line her up. Slowly, Mimi kept advancing, but again, Netta couldn't pull the trigger. Mimi walked right up on Netta as if the gun wasn't there. Suddenly, with every ounce of energy in her body, Mimi swatted the gun out of Netta's hand. Netta watched as the gun went flying across the room. Like a wild animal, Mimi leapt on Netta, knocking her to the floor. Landing on top, Mimi savagely clawed at Netta's face as she tried to pin her arms down. Netta was fighting back as Mimi was fighting for her life. Netta used all her strength she could muster to hurl Mimi off of her. Using the momentum in her favor, Mimi took off crawling for the gun. Quickly, Netta sprung to her feet and grabbed Mimi's ankle, dragging her backwards and away from the gun. Netta yanked on Mimi's ankle so hard that her hand slipped off and she was left holding only one white sock. Once again, Mimi was on the loose, but instead of making a mad dash for the gun, she stood up to fight. The two women circled each other like wrestlers. Then Netta faked high and went low, grabbing Mimi by the waist and slamming her down into the wooden coffee table. Then she made a break for the weapon. Recovering quickly, Mimi was hot on her heels. Both women dived for the gun, but Netta won the race. Extending her fingers and nails as far as they could reach, she fumbled with it on her fingertips until she gripped it. Mimi was on her back, holding on to her arm for dear life. They tussled for the gun, doing a series of rolls on the floor as they fought one another fiercely. Lamps and vases crashed to the floor along with a black picture frame. Mimi screamed as Netta sank her teeth into her arm. This was enough to break Mimi's hold. Momentarily, Netta gained the advantage, firing off one shot. The scuffle was over. Mimi lay dead with a bullet embedded in her skull. Large multicolored wreaths decorated the funeral parlor. Paying their last respects at the wake, Netta greeted Mimi's grieving mother and son, offering her condolences as if she didn't play a part in Mimi's death.
I'm sorry, Miss Tina.
Netta woefully apologized as she broke down crying.
I know, baby. I know. It will be all right, Netta. Calm down, baby. It will be all right.
Tina agonizingly replied as they embraced. Tina was so consumed by Netta's grief, she almost forgot about her own. Poor Tina. The game had claimed all of her children in one way or another. She never knew that the very thing in life that brought her so much joy, being her children, would turn around and cause her so much pain. As Netta played the role of a grief-stricken friend and not murderer, the funeral home began to fill up with mourners. Young people from the hood, former classmates, and the pound came to pay their last respects. One by one, they passed the casket to view Mimi's body, something Netta couldn't bring herself to do. Her conscience was killing her, and she couldn't bear to see Mimi in the casket. She would have done anything to take back what she did. She tried to tell herself that Mimi was simply there sleeping, but deep inside, Netta knew she wasn't. The guilt of what she had done was eating her alive. If only she could tell someone, maybe she'd feel better. She knew she wouldn't, though. Just then, Netta stood as still could be. Looking like a mannequin, she watched a tall, middle-aged, dark-skinned man brush by her. He was dressed in a navy blue suit and black, shiny wingtip shoes. Netta recognized him instantly. It was her father. It was Dollar.
What the hell is he doing here?
He walked up to the casket and bent over and kissed Mimi on the forehead. Then he mumbled a few words, after which he turned around and greeted Tina, who broke down in his arms. She's in heaven now. Our baby girl's in heaven. It's going to be okay. Our baby is going to be okay. Netta, an earshot away, didn't need to hear him. She could read his lips. It was like she was standing in low tide and watching a wave moving steadily toward her, crashing right on top of her head, taking the breath right out of her. Her whole entire world was about to collapse. Suddenly, Netta felt ill. Her stomach ached. The pain in her belly was the same pain that screamed as loud as her sobs. Her breath was breathless as she helplessly tried to breathe. Tiny beads of sweat gathered on top of her forehead like rain on a waxed car. Her eyes filled with tears as her face cracked of pain.
What have I done? Oh, God, please forgive me, please. What have I done?
People naturally assumed she was overcome by grief, but it wasn't. It was guilt. She killed her own sister. Just when Netta thought she'd played the hand that life had dealt her, fate shuffled the deck and dealt her another card. Mimi's father was her father. A sea of emotions swept her back to the day so long ago she walked into the crowded bar waiting to see her father, waiting to see the only man that never wanted to see her.
Why, Mommy? Why?
She cried out. Never ever calling Renee that, she saw her so still, but there was no answer. All the pain of abandonment and hatred she had for her mother for so long, to find out in the end how much she loved her, had ate her up too. She never cried for her mother. She never cried for anything. Even when she was in the hospital, after all that Black had done to her, she never cried. Even Nurse McNeil cried when she was leaving, but May, for her mother, for Major, for Man, and for Mimi, she cried for all of them. But more, she cried for herself.
I'm sorry, Mimi. I'm so sorry. Please forgive me. I love you, Mimi. I love you.
As days passed, Netta felt the guilt, not as a burden, but as a curse she would carry for the rest of her life. For every day God gave her life, she would have to live with what she had done. How could she, though? She killed her own sister. All the petty bickering over the years of what did this and what was gonna do that, and who had this car, and who had that piece of ice, who outdressed who, and all the little jealousies and evils brought them to this day. Netta was left standing alone. If it brings you anything, when you are finished destroying everyone around you, you will still have yourself left to deal with. This was Netta's rock bottom. When her father walked into that funeral parlor, Netta's invisible shield disintegrated. That shield protected her feelings and emotions all of her life. Without it, she was vulnerable and emotional, something she had never been. As days and weeks passed after the funeral, she contemplated Jesus so much. She just didn't have the heart. Night after night, she sat in the toilet next to the bathroom sink and took a razor out the tiny box. She placed the razor in her hand, then sat it on top of the inside of her wrist. She looked at the map of veins under her skin. All she had to do was slice, then it could all be over. Her life could be over, and she wouldn't have to hurt anyone. No more pain.
Please, God, let me have the heart to do it. Please, God, let me do it this time.
But she didn't have the heart to do it. Or maybe that was just one prayer God wouldn't answer. She put the razor down, feeling more insecure and hating herself for being a coward. So she tried pills. She couldn't swallow them, though. Keeping it real with Tone had cost her dearly. She couldn't even confide the truth to him that Mimi was her sister. So she kept a dark secret to herself, and her sorrow for Mimi turned into rage. Long hours passed by as Netta thought to herself how to get back at Black for all he'd done. Yes, she knew she was guilty, but so was he, and he would pay. Again. Revenge would play its part. She wanted to kill Black with a passion more than she wanted to kill herself. Through the grapevine, Black learned of Mimi's death, and it was music to his ears. Good riddance, he thought. Someone had saved him the trouble. He wondered who. Word on the street was Tone and Netta packed up shop and headed north. New York, that is. Black was disappointed he didn't get a chance to kill them both. At the same time, he was feeling himself because he ran Tone out of Baltimore. Now, Black was busy concentrating on locking down East Baltimore. He wanted back like the old days. It's hard accepting the fact that things can never be the way they once used to be, but Black was determined to try. He became a permanent fixture on 21st and Barclay, his main money-making block. When word got back to Tone that Black was showing his face regularly, Tone devised a plan to murder him, and Netta was more than willing to be a participant. Fantasizing about killing him was what kept her alive. His death was her lifeline. Revenge was all she wrote. As nightfall spread across Baltimore City, Black Silver 8430 couldn't be missed, parked down the block. He was profiling and supervising his drug operation, which was still in the infancy stages compared to the level Black was on before he went to prison. He had an all-night shop in an attempt to come up quickly. Wanting to upgrade to a S500 or maybe a 6, he figured his presence would ensure his ship to run smoothly, and it did. The block was pumping. Black's workers were busy catching an incredible rush of customers. In the alley, they were serving customers and running back and forth to the stash house, leaving Black alone at times. Down the block, 2 old dirty dope fiends pushed a shopping cart full of soda cans slowly up the street. Both were busy fanning out the different sides of the street, checking out the curbs for empty recyclables and refundable cans. Closer and closer they inched toward Black as he busied himself talking on his cell phone. Sitting on the hood of his hoopty, Black was deep into a silent train of thought until they were right in front of him. By the time he saw who it was too late. This was the moment Tone had been waiting for. Pushing aside his trench coat, he exposed a Mac 11 semi-automatic submachine gun strapped to his shoulder. At the same time, Netta produced a 9mm Taurus with an infrared scope. Black's eyes got as big as $50. He knew immediately who this Bonnie and Clyde team was. Netta and Tone. They had the drop on him, but Black refused to go out like a sucker. Staring down the barrels of the 2 guns, he looked death square in the eye and didn't blink. "Do what you gotta do, yo," he said, gritting his teeth and defying human nature. Those were the last words of a dead man. Tone squeezed the Mac 11's hairpin trigger, letting loose a barrage of bullets. The gun spit shells everywhere, each shot jerking Black's body in a different direction, knocking him off the car. Netta moved in for the kill, running around the car to where Black had fallen. She pointed the pistol and put the red laser dot on his head. Then she pumped slug after slug after slug after slug into him until he was beheaded. Tone stood back and watched as Black's head exploded like a ripe tomato. "Come on," he said, over by her side. When Netta was done, she spit on him, desecrating his body as he had her. By now, Black's workers heard the shots and came running. Seeing Black laid out, drowning in a pool of his own blood, they began firing at the 2 fleeing figures. Tone turned and let off a hail of semi-automatic gunfire, causing them to duck for cover. This allowed them to turn the corner, putting some distance between the crime scene. Just as they left the block, Stink rode up on his motorcycle. Speeding, he'd heard the shots from blocks away. He pulled up where the crowd had gathered, and there on the ground he saw his big brother. "Black, no!" screamed Stink as his mind went blank and he couldn't think. "They went that way, Stink!" a worker yelled as he pointed. "A guy and a girl!" another one yelled as Stink took off after them, gunning his bike in their direction. Making their way safely to the getaway car, Tone and Netta were home free as they drove down North Avenue. They were careful to obey the speed limits. They didn't want any problems making it to I-95. Traffic was usually heavy for this time of night, and they moved at a slow but steady pace. Tone reached over and grabbed Netta's hand, signaling his approval about what they'd done. He had his reasons for his cousin and for Netta. They did what they had to do. He'd do Black and she'd do Mimi. That had been his plan for his cousin's revenge. Smiling, he reached over and kissed her. "It's gonna be all right, you know. I love you, Netta. I love you, Ma." Gaining ground, Stink was helped along the way by innocent bystanders who had pointed out the getaway car. Riding his bike like a madman, he maneuvered in and out of cars, through the blocks and the streets, looking for them. With a gun in his waistband and his hands securing him to the bike, he was unable to wipe away the tears rolling down his face until he stopped at red lights and stop signs. "Is that them?" Stink wondered. Up and ahead, he could see a black Chevy at the red light. Stink slowly began to cruise between the stopped cars in front of him toward the traffic light. At the light, Tone and Netta were contemplating their own thoughts. He was heading back home, I-95 north straight to New York. He had big plans, too. He was ready to open up a nightclub in his Bronx neighborhood. It was time to leave B-More, and he didn't want to wind up like his cousin Man. Tone didn't want to die and his family have to travel like that for him. B-More wasn't his town, and he certainly didn't want to end up doing no time in prison for a murder rap either. He didn't know which was worse. Netta was in her own trance, thinking about her new life in the Big Apple. She wanted to get out of B-More and away from all her demons. There was too much pain, too much misery, and too many old memories for her in this town. Bringing his motorbike to a halt right before the light changed, Stink pulled up to the driver's side window of the Chevy. Calmly, he stared at the sight of Netta on the passenger side. As the car pulled away from the light, he reached into his waistband and geared his bike. He screeched through the moving cars down the white skipped lines in the middle of traffic until he reached them. "Tom!" screamed Netta as she saw Stink pull out a .44 Magnum from his waistband and began blasting. The automatic spit bullets shattering the glass, hitting Tone in the side of the head. As his chest slumped over the steering wheel, daft reflexes caused his foot to mash down on the accelerator, sending the car flying into the path of a metro bus. The black Impala hit the bus head on. The car flipped over twice, then slid down the street upside down, going backwards, headed towards Stink, where it started. "Oh, said Stink as he revved his engine and tried to get out of the way of the flying Impala. Unable to, he rolled the front tire as the back tire went up in the air. He spun around in a circle as he watched the car hurtle itself into a utility pole where it rested upside down. The jarring sound, screeching bus wheels, and the two vehicles colliding could be heard for blocks. All traffic came to a standstill, as did all the people walking down the sidewalks. There was no movement, as a great silence fell before a motorcycle could be heard traveling off in the distance.
"Somebody call for help! Somebody call 911!"
screamed a woman who gotten the closest glimpse of the two figures trapped in the Impala. A total wreck. A sick piece of twisted metal, blood, and glass. Game over. Epilogue. In the aftermath of Tone's death and car crash, the jaws of life were all Netta could remember of that night. She didn't remember the crash or the days leading up to it, but she did remember her last conversation with Tone. He was so excited. He came back for her after the car stopped moving. She didn't want to go with him, though. Even though she was in pain and had nothing to live for, she wasn't ready to give up quite yet.
I love you, baby,
she whispered to him before falling into an unconscious state. Other than a minor head concussion and a few broken ribs, Netta emerged from the accident unscathed. Once again, she had cheated death. While in the hospital, after undergoing a series of examinations, it was discovered that Netta was 2 months pregnant. New York Tone would be a daddy. Her unborn child held her future and her past, causing her to reevaluate life. She wanted nothing more than to avenge Tone and seek out Stink. But she quickly abandoned any more thoughts of murder. Instead, she would put it in God's hands, as the old folks say, especially since he had now put a more important responsibility into hers. She broke the vicious cycle of revenge. She cut her losses and moved out of Baltimore, vowing never to return. Netta is currently residing in Atlanta, Georgia, and enrolled in Clark University. However, she had to take a short leave of absence from school to give birth. Netta had a healthy baby boy, who she named Anthony Thompson Jr., affectionately known as Little Tone, in honor of his father. She's raising him in an isolated environment where he is safe and can have the childhood she never had. However, as soon as he comes of age, Netta has every intention of telling him about the game. She doesn't want Little Tone to be delusional in any way. Netta is determined to school him about the street life without him ever having to experience it for himself. Financially secure, they are living quite comfortably down south. As of this writing, the other members of the pound are still deep in the game. Rashida, Petey, and Fila are still playing Russian roulette with their lives, taking chances with AIDS and the men they deal with. To them, the whole situation, the fate that befell Mimi, Black, New York Tone, Man, Netta, and her mother Renee was just unfortunate fate. Nobody ever really thinks it could happen to them. Death, that is, until it does, and then it's too late. Death is always a reality in the game. Miss Tina, Mimi's mother, is currently raising little Timmy as best she can by herself. She has her hands full living in West Baltimore. She has big plans of moving down to the Maryland Eastern Shore near Ocean City before the streets get a hold of little Timmy. She doesn't want him to even get a teeny tiny taste of the street life. She's doing everything she can not to lose another one of her babies to the streets. Willie Johnson, a.k.a. Dollar, Mimi's dad, is still living in Baltimore and he's still doing his thing. He helps Tina out with his grandson from time to time. Rumor has it that he has a contract out on the life of the killer or killers of his daughter. After his violent death, Stink took over the reins of his brother's drug operation. Eager to establish his own reputation, he began putting his murder game down, systematically knocking off rival drug dealers and anybody from New York in his town trying to get money. This led to his subsequent arrest and conviction on triple homicide charges. He is presently serving 3 natural life sentences running wild. While thugging it out in the penitentiary, Stink stabbed another inmate to death over a card game and has since been transferred to the Maryland Supermax. In an attempt to control him, he had been confined to his cell 23 hours a day. Nard copped out to 15 years with the state, but while serving his time in the Maryland House of Corrections, aka The Cut, he continued to mastermind an elaborate drug operation from jail. He was indicted on federal kingpin and conspiracy charges. Nard ran one of the biggest drug rings inside and outside a joint that the Maryland authorities had ever seen. Several high-ranking correctional officers were also arrested as a result of the lengthy investigation. Nard had to be removed from the Maryland correctional system. He had too much power. He is currently serving his Maryland state sentence in Arizona, and after he's paroled or released, he will be transported to a federal penitentiary to begin serving his life bid. Nard will never see the light of day again, unless he escapes. If life was fair, there wouldn't be any ghettos, or any Nettas, Mimis, Blacks, or Tones. But since life isn't fair, the ghettos turn out more black youth every day like the ones you just read about here. A simple twist of fate here, or break in life there, and these characters could have been anything in life they wanted to be. But a cruel fact of life is circumstance. The majority of circumstances dictate the course in life that we take. Circumstances dictate our choices in life. Only in theory do we control our own destiny. So right or wrong, left or right, good or bad, life-altering decisions are made like these in the ghetto every day. At an early age, if placed in the same situations, do you think you'd make it? How? Think about it before you rush to pass judgment or condemn someone else. Food for Thought by Meow Meow Productions CEO and author Terry Woods.
I would like to leave you with a thought or something positive to think about. Sometimes when I'm out here, I sort of feel like I'm standing alone, and all around me are different tunnels. They're dark and scary, but at the end of one, there is a light. I'm so alone and confused. I know this tunnel must be the one. It must be right. Halfway through, the light disappears, and just as in life, there are obstacles to face and decisions to make. When that light goes out, I just want to get back to where I started so I could try again. Try another tunnel to find my way. I know if my mind ain't right and I don't do right and make good decisions based on values, principles, morals, no matter what or who that obstacle is, if I don't make the right decision and do the right things, it would be a struggle. Hard to survive, hard to live. And sure enough, there is another tunnel all lit up. So I say, yeah, I'll try this tunnel, 'cause I got to get somewhere. I'm really trying to get to where I got to be in this world. And maybe the light will go out. Maybe it won't. But if it does, I must get back, get my mind right, and start again. I will not lose. I will find that path for myself, and I will reach the end of the tunnel, because I am the light. Now give in to him raw. I think if I don't get through that tunnel, I might not ever find that happy spot. I don't want my time wasted. My shit is worth a lot. Past platinum and diamonds and German automobiles. There's evil in them tunnels, little valleys and tall hills. And the more that is done is the more that comes. I think if I do unto others, some will and some won't, but I can roll with the good and the bad 'cause I'm going for broke. I can face any obstacle, brush off hitting pain, and even though I just stumbled, it's still okay. See, there was a brother. Of course he was black. He caught my stumble. My had my back. Shit's bright and I'm alright, but I'm hungry now. My stomach's aching. Wait a minute, I don't feel my wallet. Shit's now missing and I'm not playing. Please tell me that the brother that just helped me didn't pocket my bread. I really needed that to make my comeback, so I had somewhere to lay my head. I hustled when shit was mad tight, put in mad work, and made sure my shit was right. Lord, no, not again. Shit's never sunny for long, always gotta rain. Can't never win. Raindrops keep falling on my head. I'm thinking Glock with an infrared. Take 2 to the back of the head. Rob another, not 'cause he's my brother, but because a can. Fuck you. Fuck where you came from or where you gotta go. Annie up or you never see home. I knew you had it. Thank you very much. Motherfuckers still underestimate me till I'm down and fucked up. Now my pockets is right again. It's on for the night. Please, I've been through the tunnel and back again, motherfuckers. I am the light.
Signed by Terry Woods.